All right, no problem. Yeah.
Rastafari. Greetings in the name of the Most High, Haile Selassie the first, Emperor, Empress, one love, one aim, one destiny. Give thanks. China is here today to honor the integrity, the works of our beloved brethren, Binghi Irie Lion, on his transition. Today, we honor his works in unveiling his monument that is dedicated to his works. And we all, from our global family, we all reach out to share this joy and aspiration of such a dynamic individual. That's Irie Lion. He has trod and has made it possible in his tenure. The many sacrifices that he had made. Today, we will pay tribute to such an icon of Rastafari. So I say, by the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down and wept when we were silent. There I am on our arms upon the willows thereof. They that carried us away captivity, cried from us a song. They that wasted us, who cried up from us mirth, saying, sing us one of the songs of Zion. But how shall I and I sing the Rastafari song in a strange land? If I forget the old Jerusalem, let I write and forget her cunning. If I do not prefer Jerusalem above the high chief joy, let I tongue to the roof of high mouth. Remember, O Jah, in the days of Edom, when the children said, ras it to the foundation thereof. O thou daughter of Babylon, who art to be destroyed, happy shall thou be that rewarded thee. Happy shall thou be that take it and dash it and it once. And I hear, let the meditation, let the words of thine mouth and the meditation of thine heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Most High. And I strength and I redeemer. Thy name, Emperor, Empress, Rastafari. I pronounce this unveiling of Binghi Irie Lion. I invite our global family to participate in such an honorable service. And I give thanks once more to be sharing this moment. And I global Rastafari family. So, and I say, one love, one aim, one destiny, unity in diversity, operating in one manner, there can be no failure. Blessed be the name of the Most High, Jah, Rastafari, one love.
Is Akila turning her camera on or she's going to the podium?
Yes, I am. Blessed greetings, everyone. I will be reading Psalms 87. His foundation is in the holy mountains. The Lord loveth the gates of Zion more than the dwellings of Jacob. Glorious things are spoken unto thee, O city of God, Selah. I will make mention of Rehab and Babylon to them that know me. Behold, Philistia and Tyre with Ethiopia. This man was born there. And of Zion it shall be said, this and that man was born in her, and the highest himself shall establish her. The Lord shall count when he writeth up the people that this man was born there, Selah. As well as the singers, as the players on instruments shall be there. All my springs are in thee, Selah.
When great trees fall, rocks on distant hills shudder. Lions hunker down in tall grasses, and even elephants lumber after safety. When great souls die, the air around us becomes light, rare, sterile. We breathe briefly. Our eyes briefly see with a hurtful clarity. Our memory suddenly sharpened, examines, gnaws on kind words unsaid, promised walks never taken. And when great souls die, after a period, peace blooms, slowly and always irregularly. Spaces fill with a kind of soothing electric vibration. Our senses restored, never to be the same, whisper to us, they existed, they existed. We can be and be better, for they existed. Binghi Irie Lion, aka William Montgomery Holmes, existed. I greet you, family, in the name of His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie I and Empress Menen Asfaw. At the same time, we honor the spirit of our freedom fighters as Jamaica closes Heritage Month. Sam Sharp, Nanny of the Maroons, Marcus Garvey, Paul Bogle. We celebrate Rastafari as a profound truth about the resilience and creativity of Jamaican spirituality and resistance. And the spirit of the Rastaman we are gathered to honor, Binghi Irie Lion. My name is Colleen Douglas, and it is an honor to be the host on this occasion, and a pleasure to welcome you to this commemorative event to celebrate the life and works of Binghi Irie Lion. To give a better context for this event, I want to invite Sister Asfaw Holmes Seals to bring the opening remarks, but take the opportunity to thank Binghi Irie for opening for us, as well as Akila Lewis for the psalm, and acknowledge the great words of Maya Angelou that I started out with. Sister Asfaw.
Yes, I greetings. Greetings. Perfect love in the house. I can't use my personal device. Okay. Glory, and honor. Please.
I'm going to ask that everyone in the vicinity with a phone on Zoom to take it off unless you're not speaking. Is everyone else hearing?
Only hearing you.
She's muted.
So I fear you're asking, Shamari, could you unmute? Go ahead.
Yes,
please. Give thanks.
yes, as I was saying, perfect love, perfect balance within the atmosphere of the human family. Give thanks and praises for those of I and I who are able to make it on this Zoom, and those of I and I who are present in physical, and those of I and I who weren't able to make it to this event. And I am thankful for all there are. Yes, again, technology affords us this space. It's a new arising, seemingly a shifting paradigm in how human beings communicate and link with each other, and reckoning with the agency of Rastafari, and I are able to link closely, even from a distance. And so I'll just open my presentation, my overview, with a speech of His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie I, which I think is relevant to this case as I utilize the virtual world. They're asking me to leave the meeting here on my device. I'm accessing some information, but please allow me to get out of the meeting room from my here. I can print this discrepancies. Yes, I. So everyone hearing, right? Everyone hearing me?
We are. Give thanks.
All right. So the word of His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie I state, the world today has become oriented to science, which has developed and progressed to a remarkable extent. Apart from the will of the Almighty, the 20th century peace is determined by the will of the technological advanced nations, which dominate the sentiments of mankind by the privileged position, intent on freeing themselves from such fear and insecurity. Developing countries are using the level of progress of these advanced nations as the yardstick of their own progress. Developing nations, however, must first attain the basic standard of civilization by stamping out illiteracy through mass education to be able to provide mass education, cooperation, peaceful coexistence, and dedication to the common good, and needed, because to arrive at higher scientific achievement, one has to discipline one's mental attitude and work with the aim of being recipient of true knowledge. Its Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie I, which ties in I and I being present here in this space and utilizing technology and emphasizing the importance of education and how it can help I to relieve I from the disease of ignorance. Can one of you play this one, please? It's a family affair, so I just clean up self as I trod along. I want to recognize within I's present Queen Mama Yanzie, I's Queen Mother of this family. My Binghi Irie's, they call her now widow. Yes, and I want to recognize all the family members who are here, sisters, brother is Empress Rasayent and Ancient Rasayent represented. I want to highlight grandchildren and in-laws. Give thanks. Today, as I share and illuminate Ancient's work, identifies aspects of this change. Utilizing the platform, however, Rastafari must secure and safeguard its originality, as this is what I's ancient matriarch and patriarch stood for. There has been a fundamental change in the way in which Rastafari leadership and liberty has been approached or is being approached, conducted and maintained today. As I can see, the way in which information are being shared or at a level of communicating with each other. At its core, Rastafari is a Black liberation and empowerment culture specifically designed for Black African humanity on a whole, arising out of the unique circumstances of I's oppressed people. I will be kind of freeing up myself and kind of sidelining and pulling from the text here because it seems like I'm having a little bit of technical difficulties here. Nonetheless, the changes are inevitable among I, and one of the changes that I are reckoning with today is what I are involved in at this moment. The launch and the unveiling, the launch of the foundation in preserving the legacy of I's matriarch and patriarch, our ancestors, and the unveiling of the artwork of reminding I of the legacy of I, Rastafari, and Black Africa's work that I have contributed over a period of time, many years. I kind of recounted the symbolism of the mountain of the exhibit that took place in 2007 at the Smithsonian Institute, and I thought that it was symbolic because in my lifetime I was able to experience something of that magnitude, and even the taking down of that exhibit and the bringing of that exhibit to the Jamaican space. And it's something of that nature I know was one of the main reasons why even the larger family of Rastafari participated in the prior team, which was the Rastafari Advisory Board, that symbolized what I are trying to do here, the protection of I's legacy. And so I know that I would have liked to host this space in a more collective, because we know what Binghi Irie stood for as a Rastaman and an African freedom fighter, that we have grounds like the Scott Pass, the Pitford Naya Binghi Center, the Center Binghi Center, the Pinnacle, the Lead on Oil pinnacle space that he had fought and died for, and that I would have liked to host a program, an event of this magnitude within that space. But because of the systematic pushback and seeming the oppression that I have encountered throughout time, I found that personal and specific decision has to be made in relation to protecting the legacy of I's people, I's family, and particularly I are talking about ancient Binghi Irie Lion. So the foundation is really an embodiment of the work that has taken place over time, a period of time, and Binghi Irie's involvement, and that it will be embodied the elements of educating our families, our children, generation to come. As you can see here, we have 3 generations of Rastafari coming from the line of Binghi Irie and Queen Mama Yanzie, and maintaining what is called the Rastafari creed, that the hungry be fed, the naked be clothed, the sick nourished, the aged protected, the infant cared for, the shelterless be sheltered, and the uneducated be educated. And that is not necessarily from an institutionalized perspective, but from a more broader perspective, that ignorance is a disease that needs to be eradicated. So I with great joy and pleasure give thanks for this initiative that allows I to share with the family that I are establishing somewhat of a standard or a model under which I can use to secure I Rastafari and a global perspective, a legacy that has been manipulated in so many ways across the board. So today I open the space as I continue the journey of ancient Binghi Irie Lion and those who trod it before him. Give thanks to Jesus.
Give thanks to you, Sister Ifea, for honoring your father. While you were speaking, I thought of a quote. I go to IDOR study group, so I tend to get them and jot them down, of His Majesty. Today, since the torch of enlightenment is in our hands, we should utilize this light by working hard for ourselves and the coming generations, thus showing to the world that we too can attain the standards reached by others and leave lasting achievements for future generations. So thank you so much for keeping his works alive through an event such as this. It's that time of the morning when we want to introduce our keynote speaker, Ras Wayne Rose. Ras Wayne Rose holds a PhD in African Diaspora History from Morgan State University, a MA in History, and a BA in Africana Studies from the University of Maryland, Baltimore County. I know he will be wondering, why did she start that way? I started that way because I know for him that is perhaps the least important. The deeds are stronger than what is on paper. He is the current president of IDOR, that's the Universal Development of Rastafari, having served as chairman for the last board, and is also a founding member. Important to note is that Ras Wayne is a worker consistently serving the Rastafari community in various capacities. I have personally had the privilege of working with, learning from Ras Wayne over the last year, and can comfortably say that he epitomizes imagination, devotion, perseverance, together with a divine grace, guided by His Majesty. Ras Wayne, I do know that today is your Earth Strong, and so I want to use this opportunity to say, blessed Earth Strong, and may you continue to shine your powerful light to the Rastafari community and the rest of the world with your words and deeds. So we give thanks for your scholarship, we give thanks for your hard work, we give thanks for sharing space this morning with us and for what we're about to hear from you. Brothers and sisters, let us welcome Ras Wayne Rose.
Give thanks, Sister Colleen, Rastafari, blessings and honor. And first, let I ask of I ancients permission to speak. And in fact, I ask and accept that permission from the family and from the elders who are within the Rastafari faith to speak at this time, especially on such an important event celebrating the life of one of our ancients, one of our elders, one of our ambassadors, and certainly is our beloved Empress Mama Yanzie, Binghi Irie and Mama Yanzie. First, also, I greet all in the power of the Trinity, Kadamawi Haile Selassie I, and of course, his royal consort, Empress Menen Asfaw, the balance and inspiration within the Rastafari movement. And I also honor all those matriarchs and patriarchs who have set this platform, this levity, who were inspired by the divine energies of goodness from within to initiate this work, to carry forward this work, to bear the victimization and the victories that are consistent so far in this work, and now to claim, both on their behalf and on ours and our posterity, the rewards of having done a job well, and for living and holding fast the mantle of goodness and righteousness as gods and goddesses in the flesh. It is indeed I and I a privilege to accept the duty, to accept the responsibility of addressing and speaking to the family, with the family of Rastafari. Again, as I launch a foundation, and as our beloved Empress Ifia said, setting precedents in Rastafari of honoring in a magnificent way the life, legacy, and of course, humanity of one of our own, Binghi Irie Lion and Mama Yanzie. And I find this to be very visionary and want to compliment the family on its work and on its own mission of engaging, not forgetting, but furthering the work, life, and legacy of Binghi Irie Lion. But Binghi Irie Lion did not happen in a vacuum. Rastafari has not happened in a vacuum. Rastafari are the both forerunners and now bearers of the mantle of those enslaved Africans who came through the devastating triangular passage that enslaved I people, that demoralized I people, that placed I people on the margins of the human experience, the economic, political, and social margins of this Western reality. And Rastafari, having gone through that trauma that many of us already know, so that story doesn't have to be repeated, Rastafari has retained and established the new, the next, that which the world needs for its own salvation and redemption. In the loins of those enslaved Africans was and is Rastafari, both the experience and the reality. And so as Binghi Irie Lion is, so am I. And so are all of I and I who are gathered here to celebrate his life and to participate in the next phases of his own reality. Because as we know, as African people, our people live because we make mention of their names, because we continuously repeat and call on them because of their work, because of their righteousness, because of their goodness, as represented in the Godhead, whom I and I are a part of and interlinked with. So I and I give thanks that I and I have persevered through the loins of I and I ancestors, and at this time can stand victorious, notwithstanding the trauma that still seeks to be unleashed against us. We have claimed the victory that was given to us by Kadamawi Haile Selassie I, who said, "We know we shall win," as we're confident in this victory. So our beloved Binghi Irie and Mama Yanzie have established patterns of goodness that must be emulated in the restoration and preservation of both the Rastafari family and the African family writ large. They epitomize the levels of balance and stability that is necessary to preserve and to maintain the strength of Rastafari as I and I move forward. And I heard our beloved Empress Althea said it's 3 generations that sits today in honor of Binghi Irie Lions. But they're not just 3 generations of people. They're 3 generations who bring forward the legacy of Rastafari, who lives the fullness of Rastafari, who advances on Rastafari in the new age, the 21st century, and who, through their own work, will ensure that this legacy is not only preserved, but will cover the earth in goodness as waters cover the sea. So I celebrate you, Binghi Irie, Mama Yanzie, and those aspects of your work, because you have served and you continue to serve the cause of African liberation, Rastafari liberation, and of course, human liberation because of your work. Raising 8 children as dreadlock Rastafari in Jamaica that is socialized to traumatize and to persecute and to belittle the man and the woman, but the children. And I could only imagine what the children went through, but they came through with dignity. They stood on the principles as taught to them by their parents, the principles of Rastafari. They've persevered. They've held the mantle of Nyabinghi, which calls for the death or the cessation of all oppressive regimes and personalities. And they stand victorious with Binghi Irie and Mama Yanzie today to establish the next and the new. So again, and I want to celebrate and honor the work done by the family. Mama Yanzie and Binghi Irie lived and represented in the public personification an African family of unity, dignity, and godlike sovereignty, never bowing to the whims and fancies of the oppressive regimes of Babylon. But as Binghi Irie did, he confronted it, not in ways that would seek to undermine the integrity of Rastafari, the man, and the inspiration of the movement, but through organizations and through a life of work that represented the core of goodness through Rastafari, the movement, and also Rastafari, the man. Again, because of that work, I celebrate the life and legacy of Binghi Irie Lions. Because through those exemplary lives, readiness to serve, and knowledge of the theocratic reign of the order of the Nyabinghi, both Binghi Irie and Mama Yanzie ascended to the office of ambassadors of goodness, which is the full embodiment of Rastafari. Binghi Irie would team with other Rastafari delegates in sharing the ethos of Rastafari, the movement, in multiple countries, regions, and on several continents. A work and a legacy that is not yet matched by most, and is a category that very few occupy. And I could only aspire to do what has been done by this power team in Rastafari. Let us all remain inspired by that work and those works and legacies represented by both Mama Yanzie and Binghi Irie, because our humanity demands our own work. I movement demands the representation, the type of representation represented or administered by Binghi Irie Lions. And so let us be inspired by that work, that life, and that legacy. so that I and I will move our humanity forward as it must be moved, if even for its own salvation. I can tell you that when Binghi Irie came to Baltimore, on the occasions that he did, he spent time with I and I family. And he had a phrase that he used many times when, not for a lack of word, but to say etc. He would say, "An all them thing there, an all them thing there." And for a good 6 months, because my children were very young then, my children would ask, "Where is the man who say, and all them thing there? What we love and all them thing there? Dad, when is he coming forward?" I said, "Who you talking about?" I knew who they were talking about, but I had always shared names because I think names are important for an I to recall, because this is how we keep memories alive and how we keep our gods, our ancestors alive. So I wanted them to recall the name, but they would always say, Rest Iris, because we have our elder here who too is an Irie with an Iris. But I'd always remind them it's Rest Irie Lions who would speak with us and share with us and encourage us. When he came to Baltimore, he didn't come for flamboyance and for show and tell. He came to motivate what he saw then as a young organization with a very focused agenda on the teachings and life examples of Kadamawi, Haile Selassie I and Menen Asfaw. He sat with us, the team of leadership in Idor, and more specifically with myself and my own brother, the Jasmach George. And he said, "This is a good thing. We need to have much more of this in Rastafari. And we need to have you step up and share and work based on your trainings." As if we were not already inclined, or if we were not. Those words and inspirations that we received from this elder who was traveling, he was coming from New York. And I said, "By the way, where's Mama Yanzie? Are you here alone?" He said, "Well, Mama Yanzie is in New York, but I'm here to represent the vision of the collective Naya Binghi." Because our own organization, IDOR, while not mansion specific, are unapologetic about our pegging to and our giving eyes within the framework of the Naya Binghi order. So when he came to I, he came as a Naya Binghi warrior, but more so as a writ large ambassador of Rastafari. So when we asked of Mama Yanzie, he knew her location because they're part of the same team doing the same work, and when necessary, have to share across the Rastafari community and families that work of goodness, of inspiring the next and the new. And so he has been involved in many next and news. And Idor can happily say that Binghi Irie Lions was part of the full encouragement that I received as a young organization with a focus, but the need for even greater admonition, greater directives, and inspiration from our larger Rastafari community and the elders within those communities, that community. So we give thanks for that work and that legacy also as represented by both Mama Yanzie and Binghi Irie Lions. You know, Rastafari stands victorious, and I want to address this in the scope of the preserving or preservation of the Rastafari family. Because many times our people, because we come at the foundation of Rastafari, meaning when we enter the movement, we see things that happens in the birthing process of any and every movement. And I'll tell you, I've witnessed births, and for those sisters who give birth, they know what the trauma is. I don't know that trauma, but I've witnessed what takes place in the birthing construct of life. And it sometimes is very messy, very messy. In fact, all the time it is messy, please forgive me, sisters. But it is also beautiful, and it produces produces what I and I celebrate and what gives I and I the most joy, our children, our posterity, our legacy. And therefore, as we sit in the spaces of the birthing construct of this great movement in its first 100 years, many of us who join in or come in, who are engaged because we've been tapped by Kadamawi, Haile, Selassie I, and Menen Asfaw. When we come in based on our socializations, expecting much, a great deal of what we come into, not recognizing that what we come into is actually awaiting our own creation, our own creativity, our own training and preparation to bring it to the next. Therefore, when we come in and we see things looking not consistent with the things we've been socialized with, the organizational structures and the things that we believe make things best, or things that His Majesty says I and I must do. When we don't see those things already existing, sometimes we're discouraged or critical of those who were before us or who held the mantle. And sometimes those criticisms are right. They're just. But for the most part, what we should and must do is to celebrate the sacrifices and the work of those who stepped up when leadership was necessary, who came forward and stood their ground, who were persecuted because of the name of Rastafari, who lived the reality of Rastafari when it was not easy to do. And like Binghi Irie, even in the time of his own victory, his own glory, showed by his own example, his own physical temple, that the battle is raging. Because even in the moments as he prepared to join the ancestors, trauma was unleashed against him by those who are paid to give care, to give love, and to ensure that the sick is nourished back to wealth and health. He was traumatized in those moments, and therefore embodies for us the experience that we do not stop, we do not delay in I and I fight and struggle for the dignity of Rastafari, for the dignity of the African family. And in the examples of Kadamawi, Haile Selassie I and Menen Asfaw, I stand with Binghi Irie and the family victorious over that trauma, not reiterating the trauma or the lessons from the trauma, but to state emphatically that we win. Rastafari win. Binghi Irie win. Because when it's long gone and forgotten, the name of those people who seek to unleash trauma against us, our ancients, our martyrs, our elders, their names will be called consistently as vanguards of goodness, as instruments of goodness, grace, and the epitome of what His Majesty demands of all humanity, to become one member of a new and ever-living race, the race of good people in the human experience. You know, so as I and I seek to follow in part the examples set by our beloved Binghi Irie, by living the work, doing the work, I had an opportunity to live in Ethiopia briefly for a year. And while there, we saw some of the challenges, but mostly the glory of our family, who like Binghi Irie, who inspired in part many times and many ones by people like Binghi Irie and Mama Yanzie, sitting in Shashamane and working through some of these very challenges of preserving the African Rastafari liberty. And it inspired something from me, a brief documenting of my own thoughts. And I wrote it as a poem, but more so as an ode. It was called Rebuilding the African Family. And I want to share it because it resonates within the fullness of what today's occasion represent, means, and can mean for our future. Called Rebuilding the African Family. It says, the advent of the slave traders on the shores of the African continent initiated the demise of the African family. Parents were separated from their children, brothers and sisters from each other, and complete families were dismantled. For those of us fortunate to have survived the Atlantic Passage as families, we were further dismantled on the auction blocks of the Americas. That has been in part the plight of our people from the onset of our Western journey. As we evolved through enslavement, servitude, and as emancipated, quote unquote, emancipated laborers, the relations and families we started on our Western journey were further disrupted by the need for economic opportunities, social and economic sabotage, and political trickery. We were forced to root ourselves up from the agro foundations and to assimilate into concrete jungles and the rat races of the urban city structures where most of I people still abode. But that is just a part of our story. And of course, many of us have adapted well and has distinguished ourselves with training, tools for economic survival, BAs, MAs, PhDs, JDs, and many other acronyms that suggest our strides and training. Glory be, glory be. But herein lies our challenge. We believe, or many of us have believed, that we have accomplished much and have arrived and have achieved. And of course, to some degree, we have. Yet, for many, we have not yet addressed the repairing of the first broken institution of our initial demise. What broke us? Which is the family. We've not repaired, we have not addressed that broken institution, which is the Rastafarian African family. So here it is, our lofty goals of economic determination and the social and political control over our future is unattainable. And there I've said it. Yes, I've said it. They will remain unattainable until we have thoughtfully, carefully, and strategically mapped out a path to renew, repair, and stabilize the African and Rastafari family. No one phase or phrase, no one salutation, no external considerations or reliance on the other person. It simply starts with the first person, I, and I, the higher self, and our immediate sphere of influence, our children, wives, husbands, brothers, sisters, extended to the family, to the community, to the nation state, and of course, to the continent. And here the example of Binghi Irie and Mama Yanzie are very important. We think about, or we speak about thoughtfully and carefully and strategically mapping out a path to renew, repair, and stabilize the African family. This they did intentionally, ensuring that their relationships with each other and with their spirituality was and remained a priority, hailing Rastafari. They also ensured that they unapologetically nurtured and shared their knowledge of Rastafari and I ethos with their children, and by extension, their grandchildren, their posterity. Rastafari is embedded in their consciousness based on that work. And by strengthening the family and by representing the ethos of Rastafari, both Binghi Irie and Mama Yanzie position themselves as ambassadors of Rastafari. Rastafari in turn rewarded their efforts by making them icons of Haile community and known as disciples and leaders to be respected. The very interpretation of the Amharic and Tigrinian words, Rastafari. So for the rest of us, the question is, have we or are we repairing our relations with ourselves, our spouses, our children, our families? Are we building the tools for success within our sphere of influence? Are we sharing the vision of a better alternative to the chaos and the hype that is capturing the imagination of our young people? Are I and I living the spirit of resistance to the system of exploitation and greed, malice and revenge that permeates the fellowship of man? Are I and I setting policies to govern our households? Or are our children being taught by the idiot boxes we all love so very much? If not, then we must become members of a new race with the objective and responsibility of sharing the vision of equity, forgiveness, mercy, peace, tolerance. But it starts in our own households, focusing on the development of the higher self. So it starts with I. How do I and I lift ourselves from the spaces that we've been marginalized in, from our own acceptance of our marginalization, and then changing the paradigm from victimization to victor, from being mere men to man and woman, but more justly, from simply being within the human family to become leaders to be respected. Rastafari. Let I and I ensure, let I and I strive for that. So the institution that represents is far more attainable and sustainable by each African household. It certainly will not materialize in one generation, and we've already seen that. Binghi Irie Lion is of a generation of Rastafari. Mama Ifea is of a generation of Rastafari, the next. But so is Sister Jamilia. And her children's children. So we're on a journey toward victory, which will be had. But as we recognize that it's not just in one generation, then we recognize what we must do in our generation to ensure that this legacy and this work and this life has sustenance, relevance, and more importantly, will keep striving because it's good altogether. We must do this through the engagement of our higher self, through the development of our higher self. And that development doesn't come through one vehicle. Education is an important one. Life experiences, communicating, working in tandem with others, subverting the energies that comes out of us sometimes through our experiences, which are negative and have negative impact on others and their potential to work. Let us all be mindful. So that to initiate attainable policies for immediate families, we must practice patience, tolerance, forgiveness, mercy, truth, love of each other, the peaceful resolution of all disputes through communication and compromise, where there's compromise, the possibility for compromise. Respecting and protecting our most precious assets, our spouses and our children. Setting aside time for prayer, family meditation, and social interaction. That's the balance that we need. Reconciling or initiating reconciliatory processes to bring our families together. It is I who must do that. And for those of us who don't get it, even as a man, I say to you, my family, my brothers and my sisters, where there are challenges of communicating with our own family, let us ensure that we do that. Let us be the man and the woman, the gods in flesh, to engage those who are necessary components of the next. Even if, and in spite of, the emotions that we may feel because a word was not said appropriately or an action offended us in some ways. Let us be bigger than we've been, larger in spirit, greater in outlook, so that the glory of Rastafari can shine. We must set examples of model sisterhood for our children to emulate and improve on. We must expose our families to positive African history, artistry, and culture. We must produce for ourselves our food, our clothing, entertainment, homes, employment. These are the components that are necessary in both preserving and, where necessary, restoring the Rastafari ethos of self-reliance and determination. So as we bear in mind all of those things, we must remember that all social and economic and cultural activities start with the accumulation of resources. And we represent the first layer of those resources, the individual. But then the next is the household. What do we have within our capacity? The resources. Then the business, if we need to sustain ourselves as a resource, Rastafari businesses. But the writ large community within our own sphere of influence, we must attract, tap into, and ensure that we engage or initiate these things. Because without the repairing of the African family, individual, and the collective, our ideas will only be regurgitations of failed concepts that we've learned in the West. And those concepts we already see from the past that they have failed us. But even in our present time, you see they seek to undermine the brotherhood and fellowship within the human experience. We see exploitation, avarice, and lower self-impulses. So we have to reject those things, that level of socialization that has brought us here, and to cling to Rastafari because it is good altogether. And that clinging comes from knowledge of self, the divine self, God in man, as His Majesty lives in us. And we, I and I, in God, living in and of the teachings and examples of Kadamawi Haile Selassie I and Menen Asfaw. Because I tell you, my family, there's no end to our economic ideas. There is no end to our plans and the possibilities of our plans. We see it every day. Rasta people come up with new ideas every day. We have shown the world so much that the world is benefiting from economically. But I submit to you, respectfully, my family, that one of the reasons why we are not benefiting from our own work and life legacy in a sustainable way is because we have not yet repaired rehabilitate, and or rebuild the African family. So let me say with a final sound then, my family, that the example of Mama Yanzie, the example of Binghi Irie must and can be emulated as it relates to family, the preservation of a family, the passing forward of a legacy, and the works of goodness as is located and done through their living temples. I thank you, Sister Ifea, and the Binghi Irie Lions, Mama Yanzie family. I could have said the Holmes family, but I know Binghi preferred his Rastafari given titles, and so does Mama Yanzie. I thank you for the opportunity to share my own thoughts, but I thank you for gifting the world with your talents, your work, your legacy. You stand tall in the annals of human history because you are, I am. I therefore say Ubuntu, one perfect love, Rastafari, blessings, honor, grace, and mercy. All praise to Kadamawi Haile Selassie I and Menen Asfaw. Give thanks.
And give thanks to you, Raswayne. Give thanks to your own parents that you were born today to share your light with the world. Thank you again. I noted patience, tolerance, forgiveness, truth, love. Some practical guidance for us to honor Binghi Irie Lion's memory from our keynote speaker, so that we can preserve, restore the Rastafari ethos. Thanks again to Raswayne. As we prepare to go on location, I can't help but smile because there is never a program in Jamaica or the Caribbean for that matter, and perhaps anywhere Caribbean people are in the world, so in the diaspora, that the performing arts must be on it. We will have some kind of performance. I recall Professor Rex Nettleford statement in Dance Jamaica that it is no accident that the performing arts carry the greatest conviction among Caribbean people. And so as you know, reggae is Rasta reggae. We're now very pleased to invite this young 19-year-old sister, Asara Smith, granddaughter of Binghi Irie Lions, to share with us in music. If you're speaking, sis, we're not hearing you at all. So let's unmute the mic on the device.
Yes, sir, perfect love. As we welcome in beautiful Asara, and I family would like to chant one chant in recognizing Binghi Ras Dr. Wayne Rose birthday.
I'm not sure if Raswayne has heard that. Raswayne, if you bring your camera back, this one is especially for you. Sister Ivy, I want you to imagine that the mic is not there and project for the device that we're hearing from.
I love bright yes, gather round and I love bright gather round I want the eye cross windows as the eye great. I continue. I listen, Selassie, I roll in red. Yes, I am in a Mount Zion. I love angels, I love I love it, I listen, I see, I know, yes, I am, in a bonfire. I love it, yes, I love it, yes, I love I listen, I see, I know, yes, I love in a Mount Zion. I love it, yes, I love I love it, yes, I love I just gotta go. That's right. That's more of an act more blessing. Continually, Rastafari.
Give thanks, Sister Afia. Blessings, Rasleen.
Say it again. Sorry, go again.
Eating.
Can we check the device to see if it's open, please? You're actually muted. Can you open the mic? Give thanks. Go ahead now.
Story of my life. If you take a look inside, changing lives, they and I have to do it to keep nobody interpreting. I was on a train and it's a boy I said, I've seen him before, tell me. And I said I am a legend that you never heard before. Said I am, you never heard me. I am a hero that nobody celebrates. But if one person remembers my name, that means I'm an ocean, I'm an unknown sailor, I'm the profession, the way he loves the one. Much more than the work, but the work is praise, I create, glorifies me. All these the name of my maker, I am a legend. And you probably never knew. I am a lion, and you never hit from the lion's mouth. I am a hero that nobody celebrates. But if one person remembers my name, give praise, that means I made a change. That means I made a change. That means I made a change. That means I am a legend. Story of my life. Just like if you take a look inside, you see the I'll be in night day and night day in there. BBC.
And thank you. We apologize for the technical difficulty as we navigate this still unknown space for a lot of us. I think as we shift to those on Zoom, perhaps we can on location make a slight adjustment. If the mic is not working, then we will simply use the device as loudly as we can or as close as we can to the main space. At this time, we want to invite 3 individuals. I'll just list the order that you come, and I don't have to come in after each speaker. So there are tribute highlights now from national Rastafari relations based on your program for those who are following on the program. Starting with Ras Ivi, who is now being the Order Ambassador. He will be followed by Maxine Stowe, IP Intellectual Property Rights Consultant, followed by Boba Gregg, Ethiopia Africa Diaspora Millennium Council Ambassador, in that order. I am seeing Ras Ivi, so I'm going to spotlight you. Give thanks, and you can go ahead, and I'm going to ask you, Maxine, to open your cameras. I think each of you have 10 minutes or so based on the timing here, and we want you to just be mindful of the time. Give thanks. Ras Ivi.
Love and blessings. You know, I was full joy in that backdrop with Ras Irie Lion. Ras Irie Lion picture is fused in the green and with the greenery of the scenery. I'm sure at one time I saw a movement from Ras Irie Lion.
Just for you. If it inspires you, then it's there.
Of course, because I'm looking at Ras Irie Lion there. But if it's comfortable with everyone, with me spotlighted, no problem. We just say greetings in the name of Kadamawi Haile Selassie I and her Imperial Majesty, Empress Menen. This is like the eve of the eve. But for 7 days and 7 nights prior to this grand coronation, the event started, yeah? So we do give thanks. Sorry we couldn't hear that granddaughter with such a melodious voice, but we know it came from the heart, and because we are accustomed to her like that, we know it was a wonderful presentation. Must first give thanks to the family, because these few elders we have seen pass, and then their offsprings continue to honor and to pay respect and to give homage, And I can say rightly from now that Irie Lion has eclipsed them all in terms of a family, continue to shine his works, to ensure that Irie Lion be remembered in a particular way. We can't talk about Irie Lion and not talk about Mama Yanzie, because they were inseparable. There was no obstacles in their path that could prevent that unity, that oneness of male and female. Ras Irie Lion all with the order. I pause that man over there. Yes, nice. Give thanks, Sister Aisha. Yes, so I'm saying, Ras Irie Lion was one of the pillars of the Binghi order, not one of the foremost elders, because he was younger to the most foremost that I met at Binghi. But he was one of the early elders that I met, while still at school, because living in St. Andrew, Ferry was close by. And when we found out that Ferry had a small commune of races, as young aspirants to the faith, we find Ferry as a place where we say, wow, Ferry have lands, we can just go build house and plant vineyard as youths, where as Rasta youth, you say, being a Rasta, you have to go do your farming, you have to produce your food. So we went into Ferry Hills like that, where we met Sickle Man, Prince Man, we usually say Earl Man, I Man, all of these elders who were, Man was actually a surname. So I was there, and in that hills we met Irie Lion. We met Irie Lion amongst Prince Man and a brethren we call I Stan. Those were Irie peers. And when you met those brethren, it's like, wow, it's a wealth of knowledge and information and vitality and naturality, Always say Irie Lion, and, inspired by him, because he was really a motivator. As a young man, when you meet Irie Lion is a motivator. When him done talk to you, there's no way you can look left nor look right. You have to steadfast upon the liberty, because he's giving that kind of word sound. And even sometimes when him stutter, him tip upon him toe to get the word out, to make you overstand. Say, listen, you cannot look left nor right. Rastafari is the only way. So, you know, and leaving school and so, and went to the hills, we still met up with Irie Lion. And I'm saying, you see, anyone who don't know Irie Lion with a van him called him have the name Lion of Judah Pan, you have not known Irie in the days when Irie was mobile and going to every Binghi. Sometime when that van reach a Binghi scene, you know, you surprised for no way. All of them bridging, they come out of one little van. Irie would pack that van, I mean, tight, because him not leave a brethren when him know say it's a Binghi trad. So he was that brethren, and you know, as an italist again, as youth aspiring to the ital Levitica. When we found Rastafari, we found it on a foundation of vitality, because searching for Rasta, Genesis 1:29 don't set the tone, say no animal, no fair eat and thing, is fruits of the earth. Every tree in the which of a tree, of a fruit yielding seed, to you it shall be for meat. So when we meet Irie Lion, Prince Man, and all them brethren, they will say, wow, yeah, here we see some elders before us now who are maintaining that liberty, you know. So at Binghi, I remember, you know, you hear some things about Irie Lion. I remember Binghi in Bagwalk. I wasn't there, I was in the hills, but my brother Ivor was there and come back with all the reports of the Binghi and Irie Lion and Ayawuka and all them names. So you hear some names and, you know, you were elated just to hear these brethren and hear the way them steadfast to the liberty of Rastafari. Getting closer to, you know, being a regular member of the house now, chatting every Binghi, miss you know, those that you miss is family obligation, or the Empress I go about you, so we can't be at this Binghi, you know, and so on. But, you know, every time you go, Irie Lion was this brethren. He was keen on I and I doing things for progress. He was keen on I and I doing things in an extravagant way. Oh my, when you talk about Nelson Mandela coming to Jamaica, when we get the okay to be there at Nelson Mandela, and I have to be jumping to certain things because it's long before that. A lot of things we would have missed out when we reached the Mandela. But you know, making sure I get the high points of my link with Ras Irie Lion. When Ras Irie Lion here say we have to go stadium to go welcome Nelson Mandela, trust me, Irie Lion, the banner he was a man where from your event, he might check with Sarge. Sarge was one of brethren, one of the hearties of the Naya Binghi. And he would have said, Sarge, we need a banner, you know, because Mandela coming. So we need a banner where I said, Naya Binghi, welcome Nelson Mandela. And every time an event is either I'm a link with Ibrock, I'm a link with Sarge, any artist, with a dread, because listen, a banner must be made. So I remember at the National Stadium when we waited outside of Patience to see his arrival. You know, we were on stage. We were on stage more than the time allotted because there were some factions who didn't want Rasta on stage and queue we earlier. They didn't want we on stage when Mandela come into the stadium. In fact, they didn't even want we on the stage. I and I, myself and IAB, have to press them and make them know. So listen, no other group of people can eclipse Rastafari when it comes to anti-apartheid rallies and marches. It was I and I in the forefront of this struggle. So Mandela can't be coming to Jamaica. I don't want to put you on a cycle track. No, we must be the ones on stage when he comes through that tunnel and to hear the drums of liberation, the drums of the Naya Binghi order. So we were there, and Irie did something that every time I remember it, I say, Irie Lion, real battle axe. Because when the motorcade with the outriders came and made a revolution, a partial revolution around the cycle track, Irie Lion and a brethren named Insert run out with the banner. With the Naya Binghi banner welcoming Mandela, run out before them on either side, one to the left, one to the right. And trust me, you wouldn't believe Irie Lion had that kind of energy to be running with a younger man than himself with this banner. And you could have seen there was this police outrider who want to go up to Irie Lion, like, you know, when a man want to bank a man to get him out of the way. And you can see like Irie Lion shove him off and hop front with that banner. We smiled at that feat of Irie Lion, and after that, we had a glorious laugh. We said, Irie Lion, say, well, I see the police boy, I come up against me with the bike wheel and a star. After that, yeah, and I look around upon him and burn a fire and just keep the pace. So I remember Irie Lion for that. You're talking about the centenary of His Majesty. Oh my gosh, when we talk about the centenary of His Majesty, even before the centenary of Garvey, in 87, oh man, we were in the forefront. When it comes to organizing, Irie was part of that team, that nucleus, that family events where we have to go do at Scott Pass or anywhere we have an event. That's a family. We are going to play a role. You talk about on stage. Yes, that family, sister Aisha, all of the family, they were just on stage. When you talk about presentations in the park, they were there with the Amharic language. Irie was bent on his youth knowing this language, you know, and with Dr. Dean, my youth, dear youth, yes, the Amharic language was part of the daily activity at Binghi. And I could say they were foremost in learning this language, you know, because I really believe in education, higher education. When you talk about the dean of faculty, I would say, oh, Rastafari achieved that. And I think he was one of the proudest Ras to see a Jalani Naya, Mike Barnett, a Kadamawi Knife, a Clinton Houghton, and all these Rasta exponents at UWI. I really say, yeah, this a Rastafari reach. You know, because I'm Majesty, a minister of education. I really believe in higher education. And we have to laud that because not many of our elders, they think that we are there. But as Irie was a man where the speeches of His Majesty was the New Testament of his thought. So he embraced that. Yeah. And then we talk about the centenary now. Oh my, when we sit and we plan things, Irie Lion now say, oh, this thing has a big in a star, so here what happened. I have to go talk to Jabi, you know, because Jabi, you know, to Irie Lion was then a man who would listen to him, and if it is right, if it's correct, and the finances, Jabi Bonnie Wheeler, I go say, all right, Irie Lion, this I go happen, here I go and do this and I go and do that. So when Irie come forward to meeting and I would say, yeah, man, Jabi, I got to deal with the float and, you know, him have an artist I do up there, the eye traits them to decorate the float and, you know, we say, yes, Irie is on the ball with this thing and we had a nice working nucleus. So we sit down, we plan the event, you know. One at a time, Irie say, oh, Rastafari, you don't know what happened. If you have an helicopter star, where the helicopter supposed to follow the motorcade around the island with a big banner as a centenary of Haile Selassie the first. And we say, yes, Irie. We say, we'll talk to Jabi about this, man. And trust me, even though I had to move on to Ethiopia for the centenary, I could follow that motorcade because we had it down on paper. The itinerary was in order. And the only thing didn't manifest when Irie Lion go and check out the helicopter for rentals, for that kind of work, it just couldn't happen because all the rentals they had gone out. So that was the only aspect of it. So we give thanks to Irie Lion, we laud him effort, centenary Jabi. Yeah, man, Jabi will be remembered whenever we talk about the centenary occasion, you know, and there are videos out there. I know that there are videos out there. You know, phase 2 did start the video and someone's based on, you know, not taking a liking to other people videotaping. I have the best footage still from that centenary. And we as a community need for, you know, talk to whether it's Marsha Forbes, whether who it was at phase 2, to get back that footage where feature that royal motorcade, you know, with them nice eye traits that, you know, Jabi had sponsored. So we give thanks for Irie Lion works. When it comes to international travel now, I know I was there alongside Irie Lion in most of his international travels in the early days, you know. We remember going off to Washington, the largest Rastafari gathering ever for touch foot in Kennedy International. Remember the day vividly. You know, when the immigration saw a Bongo Tanya, Irie Lion, a Bongo Bigger, a Mama Bubbles, a daughter Aina, Rasaiva, a Bongo Jua, Ayavia, Irala, Ibo. When they saw these ancients, we were just the youths around these ancients. Every custom officer went aside and huddled together and allowed us a free passage. No bags were touched, no bags were looked into, because there was a presence. There was an ancient presence of a congregation that Kennedy had never seen. So I remember Irie Lion in that moment. Remember his presentation at Howard University, Southeastern University, the John Hopkins University, at the Smithsonian. And I don't feel no way. Don't think Irie with him because stammering more time. When him go up on a podium to talk about Haile Selassie the first, he might do it to the best of his ability, you know. So we've been there in that delegation, and I can say it was one of the, I think it eclipsed the delegation, I would say delegations of delegations going out, because of the many institutions that we touched. You know, we know that even after that, there was a call for what they call Operation Caribbean Cruise. You know, it's like it was crap, because America then had a thing against Rasta, where them say Rasta posse members and drug pushers, and them a sell weed and things to buy guns to overthrow government in Jamaica, and they were singled out for persecution. The police were told, anyway, you see red, gold, and green bumper sticker and them tassels and thing, and I love Ethiopia, and Jah is my pilot. The police gonna stop them, search them, all that kind of profiling. And when this delegation came and testified as to who Rastafari is, I remember even Brother Sam Brown at this time. Brother Sam Brown said, "Listen, I talk about posse. Oh no, America, the first posse. We line up and go raid the Indian them reservation, you know, and kill off the Indians. So Uno posse, not Rastafari, you know." So, you know, again, we traveled in different islands. We traveled the Virgin Islands. I mean, many schools and do a whole lot of work. You know, we traveled to Guyana. Remember Irie Lion accosting the Prime Minister and the Vice President and the opposition. Irie Lion bad them up. So listen, I hear someone lock up Rasta for just a little spliff butt. That is a terrible draconian. One of the most draconian law in the Caribbean, because right now we have a sister. I know 3 years just say, but Mr. President, it's time to stop them thing. They recognize the rights of Rastafari. You know, later on, when we see later on now, later on, we find out, say,
After 10.
Can we mute our mic, please? Russ Ivy, you've muted. You're muted. I think the host, we may have muted everyone. Still not hearing you.
Take on to itself flesh, man. Because see, the whole Guyana thing change. You know, a spliff now will become like a misdemeanor charge in Guyana. So we give thanks to Ras Irie Lion, you know, his work, his contribution to the Naya Binghi order. Sometimes I go Binghi now, and you know, when in the morning, you know, it's 3 o'clock, you miss that kind of energy, because Irie Lion was this morning chanter. You can listen out to him, and anyway you hear Irie Lion's drum, even from a distance, you know that is Irie Lion. Certain chant, when you hear those chants, is reminiscent of us Irie Lion, you know. And as we say, Irie Lion could not have been the lion without Mama Yanzie. Mama Yanzie have been through, I mean, the trials and tribulation of the early Rastafari community, and even our own Binghi community, they are held to, because sometimes we tend to not recognize unions, because you might feel you are say Yanzie should, because of her African you, she should have a brethren with the similar African you, and Yanzie got through that fight. Irie Lion got through that fight, and also because of his mixed lineage. Yeah, and like many of us who come up within the house, if you don't have that West African you, it's like, wow, the ship are gonna let you off round this and let you off round this. So Dr. Yanzie have been through that. She have been through that trials. That she have been through a situation even with Irie Lion, where Irie Lion give Binghi was his priority. So if probably Yanzie I say, you know, said this and that, Irie Ghana Binghi was foremost. Remember sharing a couple months ago with Yanzie, or with Mama Yanzie, or sometimes some elders visit Irie Lion at the house. We in the hours of the night. And Irie and those elders, not mindful of the family resting, would be cooking and burning chalice and judgment in Roman, and then if you had 3 days, that when all them ready for left is like all the food cupboard, scant. And then they say, but Mama Yanzie, all them time you could talk, because it's Irie Lion and his brethren them come. So Irie was foremost a Rasta man, a family man, but when it come to the order, listen, the family, not that they would be abandoned, but they would be on a side burner, because the duty of the Binghi is priority. So we salute the life of Ras Irie Lion, and we salute it alongside Mama Yanzie. It's nice that a foundation has been set up that will remember their names. Always said to Irie Lion, hey Irie, time you marry daughter Yanzie now, you know. It's time she named Mrs. Holmes now, you know. And it's Ivy. Anytime you get your documents ready, me ready. So when we honored them at Scott's Pass, you know, gave them the Majesties long service for outstanding union, we felt that that was in order. And I remember when they were at the altar, Mr. Norman, you have to kiss the Empress, man. So we recognize that Mama Yanzie and Irie Lion gave the first sacred kiss in a tabernacle. So I close on that note, Mama Yanzie, Irie Lion, family, give thanks. We love the family like that. And we just ask the item to continue this royal legacy bequeathed to the item by with Backlack's International Ambassador, Irie Lion, Rastafari.
Give thanks, Ras Ivan. You're a true griot, a great storyteller. Maxine, we're coming to you. You have some big shoes walking behind right now. Are you hearing us, Maxine?
Yes, I was just unmuting.
Okay.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, we are.
Okay, great. Yes, wow. That wasn't a shoes, that was a ship. To follow, not just Rastafari, but certainly all the previous presenters in Rasween Rose. It was very emotional listening to Rasween as well as Ras Ivy. I mean, full of joy, but also full of, you know, missing the individual. And sometimes I was looking at Rasween and looking at his dark glasses and wondering, you know, because the eyes, you know, speak so much, not just what we hear, you know. So it's a eye liberation, but it's also a reminder of what we miss in the active spirit of Binghi Irie Lion as we, you know, eye liberate and seek to institutionalize is everyone hearing me? Sorry. Hello?
Maxine, we're hearing you very well. You're very clear.
Hold on 1 second. Sorry. Yes, hello?
Yes, we're hearing you.
Okay, great. Yes, so my journey is more with Irie Lion, is more on the line as what has been presented as a motivator of ones who, you know, would like to contribute to the movement at a higher level, you know, in terms of his, you know, the types of works that Ras Ivi just recounted. That is the spirit in which our paths crossed in the Rastafari trod as the Ethiopia Millennium was approaching in 2007. There was a lot of activations and activities going on in preparation for it. And I myself, my background is in the Jamaica music industry and reggae in particular, but always with a view of or some encounter with the Rastafari community throughout, whether as the artist or, you know, with the culture. And in fact, you know, the Rastafari icon or ancient who introduced me to the music is actually Ras Daniel Hartman, who in a weird way of family, you know, our families are so interesting and intriguing and need to be mapped, because whilst I knew about my uncle Clement Dodd, who is the brother of my mom, I had never met him in real life. And it was through my trod with Ras Daniel Hartman that I was introduced to my uncle. And that introduction led to my introduction into the music industry. So as it became a career, it started with my with me as a Rastafari participant in the movement, you know. And so it followed me right throughout my career to the point where, in trying to preserve the music of reggae, I, as a museum with the Jamaican government, I focused in on the fact that the music took up a lot of the Rastafari culture. And as we were focused on how to set up this museum, that is when the executives from WIPO identified to me that the Rastafari community played a big part in the globalization of the music and the economics of the music internationally, in festivals and in economies, you know, all over. And so they themselves wanted to understand how it related to Jamaica and to the community, because they did not see any direct representation in the negotiations that were being set up around the development of the intellectual property of Jamaica. Because as ones may know, you know, Jamaica Intellectual Property Office is also a recent agency that just began in probably the early 2000s or the late 1999, when this focus on Jamaica's culture and its value and how it was being traded was being focused on. So it's within that energy of the millennium and of focusing on the music that I met with Binghi Irie Lion. I remember coming to the Naya Binghi at Scott passed, and he approached me and interrogated me seriously as he presented himself as the intelligence officer, you know, that has to interrogate ones that were seeking to interface with the house. And I guess I passed the interrogation and was allowed to do the presentation. And from that, we, you know, became very close friends in terms of communicating and in terms of his encouragement for me to participate more deeply in the community and to, you know, build on the ideas of the intellectual property rights of the Rastafari community. And this is where, you know, amongst himself and several other persons, I must give recognition to also Ras Denroy Morgan, who is a family member of mine in the sense that, you know, we share 5 grandchildren. And he was also a motivator of the time in terms of the millennium and the centralized and organized and, you know, trying to get an all-mansion process together. So there were several energies flowing towards this all-mansion. And as Rastafari spoke about the centenary, the Rastafari community always comes together from several, wherever they are in their disparate positions, they always seem to come together for these occasions. So it was this occasion that Sister Haile also remarked there was a great coming together about the Discovering Rastafari exhibit at the Smithsonian Institution. And, you know, so the whole idea of intellectual property and, you know, getting together with WIPO, there was just so much activity going on that it ended up into the registration of the Millennium Council, which Prophet Greg, you know, after me will speak more about. But that it's in that flurry of activity that my bond with Binghi Irie was made. And I can say he was and continues to be a chief motivator of wanting to institutionalize the culture that he invested so much of his life in and saw the nuances that kept breaking down in relation to resources. So he believed heavily in what was presented by the consultants from WIPO as to what the community needed to achieve. One of the major achievements or identifiers was the Rastafari Trust Fund, which as it was explained, not only for the Rastafari community, but all indigenous communities globally were almost in the same position as the Rastafari community. And so there was a global effort at protecting and of making sure that these communities benefited from their culture that they were not looking at as business, but that was influencing economics all over the world, whether in medicine, whether in lifestyle, whatever it was these cultures that were being made into commodities, and that they more often than not were not only not connected economically, but were even challenging the basis of how the cultures were seen in the media and how it was being, people were, you know, affected by it. So it was a very, heady time in terms of setting this foundation in Jamaica. There was a lot of contestation because the community wasn't seen to be indigenous, meaning these were indigenous laws that were being promulgated in the international and national space, and who was seen as indigenous, to get these rights were the Maroon community. They were, clearly identified. And so we had to, literally kind of go through a back door to get the Rastafari community in there. And Irie Lion was, I would say, again, a chief motivator in all of those works that are, recorded and done. And, it went on to where, as Rastafari had spoken about, Irie eventually brought all of this to the Honorable Bunny Wailer for his investment, not just investment of resources, but his investment of interest. And so for a while, the council was hosted at Bunny's school at Mona Road, and he started to keep some public events, Millennium Trumpet calls, to just work, not necessarily as part of the council, but just to keep the energy going of, Rastafari centralization and institutionalization, and became a supporter of the development of the trust fund and so on and so forth. So that meeting up of, Bunny Wailer and Binghi Irie Lion introduced me to his works, but it also introduced me to their relationship that had started from, they were teenagers living, near each other in West Kingston, downtown, where Bunny and his brother Carl always saw Irie as a young teenager, no doubt going to, his various Rastafari centers in West Kingston. And, they fondly spoke about him from that time as they called him Rastaberry, So the lives of, everyone is so integrated. Even I have to speak of it because of how close they were and how close they both transitioned. Binghi Irie transitioned in October 2020, and Bunny transitioned in March, 4 or 5 months later. So it's their journey continues on another level, where their legacies are still intertwined, because as his family, both families are now in the position to promote their legacies in a space that, will continue to be intertwined. So this launch of this Binghi Irie Lion Foundation is so important, because the preservation of the Rastafari elders' works is unfinished, meaning it's something that started in 2007, as Sister Ifia spoke about, and it started again here in Jamaica in 2013 with the Rastafari exhibit at IOJ, but the legacy strategy has foundered. And so a lot of works are not, they were recording, we got recording equipment from WIPO to record the elders, to, create a more permanent space, but that has not occurred. So this effort and the reason for this effort that has been already stated by the speakers ahead of me is very much lighting the fire to make sure that these works of the elders are preserved, not just for a museum process, but for the law and the order and the protection of the Rastafari community, because it's the elders that gives the legitimacy to the community and the rights to the community. So as we go forward to negotiate in our various aspects, both from family to government to international, the works of these elders are going to become the material that will have to be referred to legally, to get our rights, as they were the creators, are to the law, to the legal societies of the world outside of, the spiritual realm, but on this realm, it's their works and experiences that will give the rights to the future generations and the current generations as we are in all kind of negotiations. So, a lot could be said, but, that's where I'd like to leave my contribution to what this foundation and what the life of Irie Lion means, continuing, that his value is extremely important, as Ras Ivi said, and others, that a lot of the other elders' works has not been, properly preserved. And so, this will, get that going. And it's very, very important for the security of the Rastafari community in the years ahead, as, the institutionalization and the negotiations occur. So much respect to Mama Yanzie for her strength as a woman, and certainly amongst the daughters of Binghi Irie and his sons and his grandchildren. And, much respect to Sister Isaiah, who has taken so much of his energy, being transmitted through her. So give thanks for this opportunity to say these few words.
Give thanks, Sister Maxine.
I guess this is the time where I should come in here. All right. I want to say blessed love and greetings in the name of also the balance as we see going forward for the Empress Menen, and we give thanks and send a blessed celebration, which is coming forward 2 days time, November 2nd, coronation, 91st, I believe, going forward. Man, it's fitting that I start this presentation, and I don't know, and as the video in right.
I'm gonna suggest, I have a suggestion, Prophet Greg, turn off your camera because your bandwidth is showing that it's low. So if you turn your camera off, you'll get a better voice feed.
Blessed, can one see right?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
yes, forgive me, but I believe I need to lock the video so that I can get much out of the service and thing, you know. So pardon me for of an Africa emancipated from political, economic, and spiritual domination will be remembered and revered wherever Africa meets. Yeah, man, this speech he had presented at the OAU inauguration, but it is quite fitting that what we are doing here is continuing the trend that we honor our ancestors for the great works they have done, you know, from even the time of the Black Christ up to this time, Emperor Haile Selassie the first, you can name it, Marcus, Messiah, Garvey, the trend is set that we continue to honor the legacy of our ancestors and remember them, especially when they have done great work for the liberation of Africa and the strength of their community going forward. And Binghi Irie Lion is no different from that legacy, yes, that has continued to this day, because it's all about the redemption. Yeah, when African righteous people come together, the world will come together. So this is the legacy of the work, according to even the creed of Rastafari, Prince and Prince. These houses of bondage, and we Ethiopians just stretch forth our hands now to the Almighty Jah, Rastafari. Yes, so I do give thanks again for the privilege and the honor that the family has invited Iman to give these few words to honor such a battle axe as how I know the ancient Binghi Irie Lion, who was not only one of our directors of the Ethio-Africa Diaspora Union Millennium Council, but he also was our ambassador at large in carrying forth the duty and the works towards Rastafari redemption, the mission of Rastafari, you know, to continue from that time to this time. So it's a great honor and privilege. So I give thanks to the organizers and the family of Binghi Irie Lions, you know, for giving I this opportunity to say a few words on his behalf. So Mama Yanzie, Sister Ify and family, do give thanks. Give thanks for all opening address and presenters that were done before I, and who is to come forward after, because you don't know we have to honor this great work that the man has done. Yes, I saw in reflecting even the history, even up to 1957, them still call Rastafari a cult. Yeah, I see. So it's not an easy work on a road with I upon right now. And the fact that how they had done to Binghi Irie Lions and carry the fire and still a light of fire underneath Babylon, you know. I won't bother go far and tell you where, but you know, it's a very serious journey. This is that he became another martyr within the struggle, you know. So that is a good sign in the sense of carrying out the legacy of freedom fighters going forward. So it is an honor to really say and be fitting that we are doing this now, and I'm hoping and I'm certain that the foundation that has been established on his behalf will also continue to even keep alive the works that he has done. And it is that, speaking of the work, that I went kind of address a few works, because actually met Binghi Irie Lions firstly when linking up in my work towards redemption. As simple as it started, the Cutting Edge Culture Line, it in Maypen. Yeah, it was such a nice little gathering. As I must remember that as the president, because I think there is still anniversary being held at the courthouse every February to honor
Perfect, Greg. I think we've lost you for a minute. Can anyone else hear, or is it just me? Jamila, if you're hearing him, could you give me a nod? Or you're not? Prophet Greg, in the interest of time, perhaps I'm gonna ask that you, when you rejoin, if needs be, and you were not finished, then we will continue. But I will use the opportunity at this time to welcome to stage, main stage, on location, Binghi Irie's only son, Ifitania, who now will give us his tribute in song.
Alien. Alien. Alien.
Haile.
Empress balance.
We can't unmute. We might can make an artist know so we're there still, you know.
Yeah, we're there, sound up.
We're here.
Yeah.
Come true.
All right. Yeah, man.
Gracias.
Yeah, Rastafari.
Blaze.
Yes, give thanks for the attendance. Yeah. You guys couldn't make it, you know. Yeah. Isaiah chapter 6, we shall go to the commission.
Yes, Russia.
In the year that King Uzziah died, I saw the Lord sitting on the throne. I am lifted up.
And everyone.
He turned at 6 wings. With gold he covered his face. With gold he covered his feet. And with gold he flew. And one cried out to another, saying, Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of hosts. The whole earth is full of his glory. Then the doors of the door were by the voice of him who cried out. And the house was filled with smoke. So I said, who is me? Who is I? For I am a man, for I am a man of few lips. For my eyes have seen the King, the Lord of hosts. And one of the seraphim took me, having in his hand a live coal, which he has taken in his cup from the altar. And he touched my mouth with it and said, Behold, this structure of it, your iniquity. And it's first, here they are. Asfaw. Here they are. Yeah, you know. So the king said, I must speak out, you know, and major world issues. Openly, courageously, and in blunt terms of right and wrong. He said, I made a nice speech, you know, must always be with grace. That we may know how to answer each other. So the meditation of the you know, let the word of the and the meditation of the be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord, thy strength. In the eye, you know, so I must translate, you know, the word of the king into action. You know what I mean? Yeah. And the king said, no, it is better to kill the side rather than to bicker and trivial matters. It is better to exploit a small piece of land effectively rather than to proclaim as being the ruler of women's cultivate the land among others, or live land that you can export for a greater benefit. You know, yeah. Use the forest wood to make furniture and all these things. The workmanship will be a monument to your name. You know, so here they are. Rastafari, Empress Menen, balance. Yes, I mean, I say, you know, we give thanks, you know, this ancient, you know, the matriarch and patriarch within the faith, Rastafari, Lion, you know, Mama Yanzie, and yeah, very tasteless. We really give thanks, you know. Yeah, we really give thanks. Yes. You know, mother and father. Wow. I mean, I said, this one, you know, one little inspiration, because I really said, what's hey, oh, what's hey, oh, what's hey, oh, what's Don't get caught up in a them system. Rasta youth, don't be a victim. Like we say, on the put and kick him. For your be a blaze of interceding. In a them field that is a trick sin. With righteousness you cannot mix sin. For your people we cannot fix sin. For your be a blaze that cannot be seen. Hey, the straight from the roots, Rasta youth. The straight from the roots, Rasta youth. I am gonna stay from the roots that I call, no matter how we make it, no matter how it's small. Astray, don't go astray, don't go astray, don't you go astray.
Give thanks, Ifritania. We apologize again for the slight technical difficulties. I know some of you might not have been hearing very well. I use this opportunity to welcome Raskaimo on your program. He's brother, Dr. Jake Homiak, who is no stranger to this community. He's the walking monument. They say books are the best monuments, you know, Brother Jake. So your role in capturing information on Rastafari elders is really, really important to people like myself who are quite new to the community. So we give thanks for your works always. And I invite Adrian's in the house to help me make you welcome now as you give your tribute.
Give thanks, Sister Colleen. Much appreciative of the introduction. To the Rastafari family, to my Rastafari family, greetings in the name of Kedamawi Haile Selassie and Empress Menen Asfaw. To the family of Binghi Irie Lions, it is an honor to be asked to give this tribute, these few words. I have said before, when at the time of Irie Lion's memorial, I'd said before that I've knew Irie from the time of the Golden Jubilee at Angel Lights in Jamaica, November 1980. Actually, Irie probably had his eyes on Iman well before that, because I had been trotting Binghi that entire year And he had probably seen me and formed an opinion of I, but it was at the Golden Jubilee that I would say, similar to what Sister Maxine said, Irie became one of the interrogators, one of those who were holding the borderline at the Binghi, and I was well interrogated on that occasion, not only by Irie but others. And Irie remained a very critical filter for individuals like myself, who became what might still be called inside outsiders to the Rastafari community. But I have, over 41 years now, trotting mostly with the Naya Binghi House, had the privilege of learning much about the works, the biographies, the character, the dignity, the presence of elders like Binghi Irie Lions and Mama Yanzie. And that is carried through in a series of iterations that, and in things that have already been noted, like the 1988 mission that came to the United States through New York and then to Baltimore, Washington, and that concluded at the Smithsonian, as well as the Smithsonian Discovering Rastafari exhibit that, as again, Sister Maxine has indicated, kind of coalesced and came into being around issues of intellectual property that would be raised by that exhibit. But let me return to the program here. The program here actually says that I'm someone giving a tribute from the perspective of international Rastafari relations. Let me suggest that the distinction between national and international in a Rastafari context is fairly meaningless, simply because Jamaica, the origin point of Rastafari, is a place that has had its finger on the pulse of a universal beat from its very origins. And of course, it's the case that even when I was first in Jamaica in 1980 at the event of the Golden Jubilee, that was an event that drew a whole number of international visitors coming for that occasion. So it's really what I've seen here, and what I've seen of Irie and Mama Yanzie are individuals who've been involved in the global and the local aspects of Rastafari. And I would say that when I really began to know Irie, and to a lesser extent Mama Yanzie, was the time in 1988 when the mission came to, that delegation came to the US. I had been the person at the Smithsonian who facilitated the visas for 26 individuals to travel. And I had been the person on spot at the meetings that took place in Kingston to decide on who in fact would be among those delegates. And I can tell you in retrospect, there was a great deal of haggling. I expect to arrive there and that there would be a list presented to me and that these would be the brethren and sistren traveling. Well, there was a short list and Irie was on that short list. And I'm suggesting to all of the ones here that Irie was on that short list because he had already shown that he could dance a yard and he was prepared to dance abroad. That became a kind of framework that filtered those who ultimately were among the 26. And Irie was, in terms of having gotten to know him over decades, Irie was on that list because he was, as Ras Ibai said, a Binghi man to his bone. He was a Binghi man to the core. He was someone who, in the course of his own development and the development of his family, used his cultural proclivities, his own cultural ethos of Ital, to serve his family. He, as a young man, as a Rasta coming up in the late 50s, early 60s, he was an Ital seller of nuts, and he became an Ital shop owner, and he used that to raise his family. The family, as we have heard from eloquently from Ross Wayne, is, as His Majesty has said, the backbone of the nation. And we know that I are those who seek thy face, O Jah, the generation of those who seek thy face. Well, it can truly be said of Binghi Irie and Mama Yanzie that they are the ones, they are among the many being called, but the few who are chosen to have forwarded that generation. They forwarded that generation not only in their 8 children, their 6 daughters and 1 son, but 25 grandchildren and 11 great-grand. They forwarded that generation in the international works, but they forwarded that generation in all of the kind of minutia and the what gets overlooked as kind of mundane things, but to go intimately to the character of people. From the time I first met Irie at Angel Lights, I can tell you this. Binghi Irie Lion, was a man who knew himself. I have no doubt the same is true for Mama Yanzie. And as a man who knows himself, who knew himself, he knew how to teach people to treat him. He was already an African with dignity. As much as Africans in a place like Jamaica have been pushed aside and denigrated, and that goes triple and quadruple for Rastafari, Irie was someone who taught people like myself how to treat him. And that treatment was about dignity and honor. He wasn't broaching any kind of indignities. He was a man who knew what he was defending, and he was going to hold that every single time. And he held that for all the decades, for the 4+ decades that I knew him. Let's look at something really mundane. You know, Ras Ivai has mentioned how Mama Yanzie had to learn how to flex when Binghi Irie's brethren would show up at all hours of the morning and maybe in camp for a few days and empty the cupboard so that something had to work later on. Well, think of the other things that we've heard about Binghi Irie, that he was a morning chanter. You know, any brethren and sister in here that knows Binghi knows what a morning chanter is. A morning chanter is one of those brethren or sistren who keeps the duty until the sun rises. You know, one of the things about the Binghi, I've been at Binghi enough to know this, one of the things about the sacred seal of the Naya Binghi is that if there are 300 people in and around the tabernacle at midnight, when the sun is rising in the morning, that's maybe 75 people, if you're lucky. So the Binghi sorts people out. The people who keep it, the people who are morning chanters, are the ones who are truly keeping the duty. And that's who Binghi Irie Lion was. Now, as for Mama Yanzie, let me touch on something really mundane. And I learned this not because I was there and figured it out for myself, but I learned this from Mama Ifia. Mama Ifia told me that at age of maybe 3 or 4, she's going to Binghi. That would hold for all of her sisters too. They're going to Binghi, if not as babies, they're going to Binghi as young children that have to be taken care of, and then growing in the Binghi congregation. So what happens Irie could go to Binghi every single Binghi. What happens when Mama Yanzie is seeing her time of the month and she can't trod Binghi? Well, Mama Yanzie was forward thinking and also cultured enough in the Binghi that she had already figured out that she needed to develop a network of sistren so that when the children, her daughters were going to Binghi with Irie, that there would be another sister there to serve her role for that time. And that would be a reciprocal kind of thing, something that everyone would overlook. But as small as that is, it talks about how the family is created and projected within the congregation. So leave those small things, because in the world we live in, every mickle make a muckle, and with all those small things, that's what we build a nation on. That the character and the principle, the principles that go with them are what we build upon. So let's look at Binghi Irie's international trottings. As I said, I really first got to know Binghi Irie well at the time of the 1988 trot. And I remember distinctly that when the delegation reached Baltimore, they landed in New York, and I think after a day came forward to Baltimore, and we're staying at a brethren's house in Baltimore, Ras Yaya in Baltimore. And a day or two after that, I went to Baltimore with two Smithsonian colleagues, because we already had an arrangement that the delegation, the elders, would give us a reasoning that could be broadcast on Smithsonian radio. Now, there's an intellectual property concern for you, but it wasn't being thought about in 1988. But when it came time to actually do the interview, to do the reasoning, there was one person among the delegation who said, no, wait a second, we can't do this. We can't do this. What's in this for I&I? How are I&I going to benefit from this? And that one person was Binghi Irie Lion. And I remembered going through about 2 hours of reasoning before Irie, among others, relented and said, all right, we'll do the reasoning. And ultimately that reasoning did get on radio. And I always thought that was important because the mission itself was in reaction to, as has already been said, something called Caribbean Cruise, an invasion by the DC Police Department of 500 Jamaican and Rastafari homes. It was actually the largest such thing in the history of the DC Department. It was all predicated on Ronald Reagan's war on drugs and the misrepresentation that Rastafari had received in the print and broadcast media as posse members and as drug dealers, et cetera, et cetera. And Rastafari, the delegation was here in the US to set the record straight. And that was the basis for ones like Irie presenting at Johns Hopkins University, Boys and Girls High School in New York, being on radio in New York, Morgan State University, Southeastern University, and then the trod culminated at the Smithsonian in, I want to say, near the end of May 1988. But Irie was someone who was very forward-looking from that first trod onwards. I remember connecting with him the following summer in Jamaica. In fact, I even remember it was at Halfway Tree. And he was very keen on getting a visa that would allow him to continue traveling. So I said, well, my brethren, I can't really, it's not like I'm the immigration department, and I can't really do anything formally unless there's a community project that I could connect with. But I said, I am happy to put something on letterhead about the I's character and the fact that you've been on this first delegation. Well, actually, much to my surprise, a month or so later, Irie reports to me he now has a 10-year multiple. And I'm not taking credit for that. Whatever he did, he managed to present himself in a way, as I said, you teach people how to treat you. And he was savvy enough and intellectual enough to be able to have presented himself at the US Embassy and accomplish that for himself. But that led on to a series of things. From the time he landed in New York and DC, he established relations with community members. And I know that he traveled during the 90s and early 2000s to both New York and DC. That first mission, of course, also laid the basis for what would become one of the hallmarks of Irie's international career, and that was his tireless work on unifying the community wherever he found them. Not only in Jamaica did he do this kind of work, but he did this work everywhere he went. It was about unity. He spread his Imperial Majesty's message. In fact, I believe that somewhere on one of the marker on his place there actually has His Majesty words that unity is the accepted goal. I know that in the early 1990s, he was on at least one or more missions to the US Virgin Islands, Rastafari connections there, that he went to Guyana in 1997 and was there with ones like Bungawato and Ras Ivai and Dr. Dean and Mama Mitzi and others. I know he also kept connections in Guyana. Everywhere he went, he kept those connections and corresponded with people to keep that link. As again, drawing from words that Mortimer Plano used to use, which I believe are also His Majesty's words, communication, quick and progress. And that is what Irie was about. I remember seeing Mama Yanzie and Binghi Irie here in DC several times in the early 2000s, including events at Howard University, which was another venue in that 1988 trod that was very important. As Ras Ivai has mentioned, I just mentioned this, he mentioned Sam Brown talking about how it was really the Americans who were the true posse members because of the way they rated Native Americans, the American Indians here. Well, at Howard University in 1988, Irie was among those. He was among those who received gifts of sage and sacred tobacco from the Piscataway Indians, because when the representatives of the Piscataway, which are a local tribe here in Maryland and Virginia, when they found out there was a delegation of elders that would be traveling to this region, they were sure to be present, and they were there at Howard in 1988. In 2005, Irie broadened his international sweep to participate in the first Hispanic Rastafari Summit in Panama City. That was an historic event. It was an event brought together in some part by his son-in-law, Rasila, who we'll hear from later. And it put Irie in touch with Rastafari from Chile, Peru, Venezuela, Panama, Costa Rica, Puerto Rico, and other places in Latin America. Other important connections that he would revive on various contexts over the years. And in 2009, perhaps being one of the highlights of Irie's international trotting, all of this is, of course, made possible by the fact that Mama Yanzie is holding down the homestead on the Jamaican front. 2009, Irie was the ranking elder in the Harar tribe, which sent him with Empress Ajanya Christian, Ras Mulugeta, Ras Lion Tree, and Ras Jalani Naya to Harar, the birth site of His Imperial Majesty. That was a historic tribe. It was historic for a number of reasons. It was through the diplomatic graces of Irie who convinced the deacons of the church that was on the site where His Majesty's navel string is interred. He convinced the deacons of the church there to mount a photograph, not a photograph, sorry, a portrait, a painting of His Majesty that he had carried. I'll name the artist. His name is Jat Terms, that Jat Terms had given for that event. And following on that trod, being on the continent that way, Irie then went on a tour of South Africa. And the South Africa tour is, as we know from his memorial, was an important event. They visited, I think, 6 or 7 Rastafari communities, landing in Johannesburg, going to Grasmere and Soweto, obviously going to Cape Town, where he was reunited with another sisterin from the Nyabingi house, Mama Beryl, who was a sisterin I knew well from Bull Bay when I lived there in the 1980s. She had repatriated herself to Cape Town in 1998 and promptly burned her passport upon landing. And she is one who transitioned in this more or less the same little after Binghi Irie did. In 2000 I jumped over the fact that Binghi Irie and I believe Mama Yanzie were also representatives here at the Smithsonian in 2007 when we mounted the Smithsonian exhibition. And that was, there were ongoing reasonings about the intellectual property issues related there. In 2010, those kinds of issues were revived again because Binghi Irie was representing the Millennium Council on the occasion of the World Intellectual Property Organization doing a training for the Maroons. That was the indigenous people issue and the Rastafari. And I really hope that something can be revived on that front, and perhaps Ms. Simpson will have more to say on this. But that was a characteristic of Binghi Irie's progressive interests and wanting to find ways in which the community and its intellectual property could be conserved. In 2012, Binghi Irie is commended officially and receives an official commendation from the Ethiopian Crown Council for his work on the Harar tribe. And in 2014, there was twice that I was with Binghi Irie in North Carolina at the festival called RALAC, the Rastafari Ancient Living Arts and Culture Festival. On the 2 different occasions I was there, on one occasion he was reunited with his brethren, Ras Michael of the Sons of Negus, and another with Jabi Bunny Whaler, who was there. And I can't remember whether that was the 2014 event or an earlier one. But I know that Binghi Irie has been honored as an ancient within the Binghi House. I know that he's honored here on this side through the IDOR community, the Universal Development of Rastafari, a community that I'm part of. And he is, as I said, he and Mama Yanzie are those who truly have brought the generation forward and given strength and an example. They are truly the ones who are an example to the Rastafari community internationally for the family that they've brought forward, for the love that and progressiveness that they have inculcated in the family. And just, we only have to look at ones like Mama Ifia, who has her own international profile, to see how that life will live on and honor both Binghi Irie Lion and Mama Yanzie. So for these few words, I give thanks, and once again, blessings and love to the family. It's an honor to be able to speak. Thank you.
And it's a privilege to be in your presence, Jake, with your knowledge that you always share. Thank you so much for sharing.
Blessed love.
Oh, Carol, you're actually on screen. Been a while. Welcome. Carol Simpson will now share her tribute. Over to you, Carol.
Thank you very much, Colleen. Good to see you. Greetings, everyone. Greetings, Mama Yanzie and other members of the family of Binghi Irie Lion. Greetings to all Rastafari family and friends joining in this tribute. Jake, actually, I should mention that the last time we were together in the presence of Binghi Irie was in Jamaica, when we had the event of the World Intellectual Property Organization along with the Jamaica Intellectual Property Office, and we were in Trenchtown together. So great memories. I want to thank Sister Ifa for this opportunity. I am honored to bring tribute and to pay respect to the memory and the work of Binghi Irie. I met Binghi Irie Lion through my work in intellectual property, as was mentioned, then as head of the Jamaica Intellectual Property Office. And really, we became friends and we remain friends forever, friendship. He was well loved and really well respected. Of course, we had many reasonings on centered around intellectual property rights of Rastafari. Of course, not always agreeing on everything, but always with great respect. And I knew he had great respect also for the work that I did. And equally, I had great respect for him. He had a thirst for knowledge and understanding and to impart knowledge to others, especially the youth. He was always present at any program on intellectual property, and really, especially as it related to traditional knowledge, traditional cultural expressions, and genetic resources, in particular, as it related to the works of Rastafari. And so I only had to make a call to Binghi Irie whenever we were having an event, and he would gather ones and ones and give support. He would mobilize them because he felt that only through knowledge, only through being educated and having an understanding of these rights could you then be able to defend them. And so I was always honored when he would also invite me to speak to Rastafari groups, whether elders or young people, and to reason with them, to answer their questions, of course, and to learn from them, because also it was important that we understood the community and their lives and the work that they were fulfilling. I must say that it was through the influence of Binghi Irie that I myself made many trods to the Binghi at Scotts Pass with my dear friend Sandra Alcott, now deceased. And really, it was a life lesson for me in understanding the liberty of Rastafari. And I treasure those memories still today. And I think that in a way, it has made my own life more fulfilling, even now as I reside in Switzerland, but it's always a connection. And I do connect also with Rastafari brethren, sisterin here in Switzerland as well. We recognize the tremendous legacy of the work of Rastafari, which has spread as far across the globe. And really, I truly understood when Binghi Irie shared with me that he was traveling to Ethiopia. And while I had my own concern of him leaving his family, Mama Yanzie, as a woman, that was my main concern, and his children. And he explained to me that this was something that he had to do. It was a calling. Of course, I've now understanding Binghi Irie, I fully understood why that had to be, and I totally respected it. And of course, I was also very pleased when he returned to Jamaica and he came to share his sojourn with me. So I'm very honored to have known Binghi Irie, as a friend, as a father, as a mentor, also always seeking to uplift and secure the protection and intellectual property of Rastafari, safeguarding this wealth of legacy, and more importantly, preservation of this wealth of legacy, and imparting the knowledge to the youth who will carry on this legacy. He was really very steadfast and forthright in this work. So I give thanks. I give thanks that I met Binghi Irie, that even in terms of my own health, my liberty, the way I ate, he was always encouraging me, and I enjoyed many fruits from his garden, and the staff of the intellectual property office. Then we always enjoyed, the healthy foods that he would share and fruits that he shared with us. And I see that Sister Ifa has started her own program of that, and I give thanks for that, because yes, healthy body and healthy mind go together. And so I'm thankful that we now can carry on the life and work of Binghi Irie, and certainly in communicating with Mama Yanzie and Sister Ifa, I'm confident that his work and his legacy will continue in his foundation and in his family, and those of us whose lives he has impacted in such a tremendous way. And so Mama Yanzie, again, I say that I'm here, we communicate, and I remain so committed to the life and work that has been started, and to carry on the legacy of Binghi Irie. One blessed love. Thank you.
And thank you so much, Carol. I am looking for Rasila. I'm not seeing, so hence I'm not adding the spotlight. Rasila, for you. Thanks, Carol.
Thank you, Colleen.
Rasila, give me a sound if you're here. I'm not sure if.
I'm seeing him, but his video is not on.
Okay, it's 9 minutes past 12. Do you want me to go on, Jamila, in the interest of time, and we could come back? Is Droop Lion prepared to perform now? All right, give thanks. Droop, I've not seen you on stage in a long time, but this is how we perform in these times. And
God almighty, Empress, it's a long time I don't see the eye to you, you know what I mean? Give thanks.
Yeah, man, it's good.
Give thanks, give thanks, give thanks. A real moment, I love the moment. This is the moment you're documenting our Rastafari elders and the patriotic works and the legacy, you know what I mean? This rising of a foundation for the great iconic Rastafari elder, Binghi Irie Lion. But the man who always preach unity and love, you know what I say, so I know him personally, you know, so I have to just start that, you know what I mean? So I'm going to sing a song for this. And for his family, give thanks for everyone who there. You see Rastafari live, this is Droop Lion representing to the fullness. I want a dream, lost I eat, that I was walking on a street of gold. This street that I saw, it's where I and I supposed to be. Let's unite, stand up and fight for our rights. Hey, oh, time is gone. Stand up, fight for your rights. You ain't gonna get your culture burn. give up. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Yeah, say dreadlocks, the time is now. Boy, stand up, fight for your rights. You ain't gonna get your culture now. Give up. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Yeah. If I am wrong, don't be afraid to say so. Is there any difference between the human beings? We all are of one flesh, yeah. Same blood, same soul, but there are some who think dreadlocks don't count. Dreadlocks, the time is now. I know, and the fight. You ain't gonna get your culture now. Stop it, don't give up. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. The dreadlocks, the time is now. Don't stand the fight for your rights. You ain't gonna get your culture now. Stop it, don't give up. Hold on. Rastafari people, hold on, yeah. Rastafari people, hold on, yeah. Rastafari people, hold on, yeah, yeah. Hold on, yeah. Dreadlocks, the time. Stand up, fight for your rights. You ain't gonna get your culture, man. Stop it, don't give up. Hold on. Let us hold on right now. Binghi Irie say, hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Yeah, I see you. Hold on. Hey, let's hear. Hold on, no, 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 no. Hold on. Thing is, you can't stop come here and sing one song for the hell and the music. You know what I mean? Because there's so much going on today in the world, you know, and we must be mindful. The people of the world today feel like they are failing, you know what I mean? Because so much things going on with their honor rebels, bringing all type of rumors of war and death threats and murder upon them. You know what I mean? They try everything already, but they have never tried the Rastafari. So I just want to use the medium to let them know. Try Jah. You know what I mean? Because everything seems to be failing us. You know what I mean? The politics of the world today, you know what I mean? The religious behavior of the world today. You know what I mean? Try Jah. Try Rastafari. It's gonna be burning and looting the street. And all because of poor we are forced to do it. Hey, burning and looting the streets. All the oppressors in the knees, they can't be. Right now, my leaders are low. They are on their boat. They keep making promises that they can't fulfill. They send us out on their duties, send us out on their job. And instead of paying us, they're trying to get our skin. We need help. We need help. We need help. We need help. It's gonna be burning and looting the street. Because of all we are forced to do it, Lord, burning and looting the streets. All the apostles in the knees, God, oh, they keep on pressing the poor, but we can't take this no more. Now we make up our minds, got to circle the floor. We see the price is high, our range is low. Everywhere that we turn, we have a needy kind. We need help. We need help. We need help. Oh, God, we need help. We need help. We need help. 6 months to feed ghost. No ghost for the naked. Who people like about 30. I love it. Ah! We need a John, John, yeah. Rastafari people, and the Bible rocks and the stones. Oh, Selassie, I will be playing a song for him. John, know he plays it till the morning and plays it in the evening too. Early morning, but my mother calling and try to take my brothers on the ride. But if you're taking us all to earth, Binghi Irie say, yeah, now they gotta take us alive. I'm taking the free bird. Freeway around Africa, we go. Africa, we go. Oh, Lord. I don't want to take away the time.
Yes, I give thanks for those who've not seen this man from a place called Anatoly in St. Mary can stay. Absolute peace and joy. Big up yourself, Joe Plan, big up yourself for bringing that spirit
for the
of
moment.
Yeah,
Give
man.
thanks for the moment, you know what I mean? And there them keep carrying on this great works, you know what I mean? Naturally. Rastafari must be documented. I love the whole thing. I love the sculpture and everything, you know what I mean? Selassie, I love the whole idea of that thing, knowing say, yeah, we have put up a statue of our patriotic people them too. You know what I mean? And we are create foundation and make sure so the legacy continue. You know what I mean? Because it's full time now for this thing. Show levels of, you know what I mean? Enlightenment and luminary vibration and make them say your Rastafari is the highest. You know what I mean? And it must be preserved. Rastafari, give thanks.
Give thanks, Joe Plan. And that's a beautiful segue, really colorful segue into what is about to happen. I'm asking those who are on location to prepare yourselves, meaning go towards this. We have some mics open, just reminding you to be mindful. Brother Greg, I am seeing your comment. We will do so at the opening tribute. So it is that moment, and as we reflect on this moment and as we prepare for the moment, a good virgin of mine shared with me this morning while I thought we're unveiling something that's really, really important and special to community. His Emperor Haile Selassie I, on the occasion of the unveiling of Menen Monument, October 2, 1960, shares, and I share it in bits and pieces. Records and monuments give standing evidence of a people's long history. It is a recognized practice to erect monuments to those who have served their country loyally and with deserved distinction. Monuments so erected help to recall the past, to link the present with the future generation, and to encourage our beloved people to accomplish better things with greater zeal and devotion by reminding them of the greatness of our history. Emperor Haile Selassie, 1960, October 2 to be specific. And I want to now invite, I think it's Ifitania, Shamari, and Malawi, who will do two things. We'll share a little bit about the artist. The artist goes to one of the best places on earth, one of the best.
Greetings.
Greetings.
This is Rasila.
Rasila, we're going to come to you right after the unveiling.
Excuse me. Please, I have to leave and take care of some business with, and I'm sorry.
If you have your camera on, we can go ahead.
Pardon my tardiness, but I was resting. I was up in the wee hours of the morning. Because on the eve of Binghi Irie unveiling, I received a powerful news that in Panama, kings, queens, and tribal chief is gonna meet to extend their apologies and reconcile for the involvement in the transatlantic slave trade. Let me start with this. I'm very, very tired. Join the house of Rastafari. And Jah bless Binghi Irie Lion, the Rast that I call the Rastafari unifier. The Rastafari unifier. I met Binghi Irie before I met my wife, Asfaw Holmes, now Asfaw Holmes Seals, Binghi Irie daughter, in 2001 in Washington, D.C. I was in D.C. in May for an appeal on a case that I had with the Veterans Administration. And I end up at the Binghi house waiting for my appearance at this court. And waiting and reasoning with brethren at the Binghi house in Washington, D.C., an image of a elder Rastaman made his appearance with a field marshal key, a khaki field marshal key. And everyone present welcomed this brethren, and I was amazed of the attention that they gave him. First time I met Binghi Irie Lion. I never knew that I eventually will become his son-in-law. I was very impressed with him. Matter of fact, I shared the same platform, Rastafari platform, that I wasn't even prepared for as an ambassador of Hispanic America. Then in 2003, doing the Rastafari Global Reasoning, which Binghi Irie Lion was one of the main organizers, I met his daughter. I still did not know that this beautiful Black queen was Binghi Irie's daughter. I met her. She registered me on my cousin, my elder Rastafari cousin, Ricardo Richards. And I met Sister Mitzi also while we was registering for that historical occasion. And I looked at this beautiful woman and I said, my spirit just touched me and said, I'm gonna marry you. And it wasn't a joke. I wasn't making a joke. But I left the registration office at UA University, and I went about my Rastafari business and enjoyed the global Rastafari.
at the end, at the ceiling of the global Rastafari reasoning, they call Asfaw Holmes to the stage to give Binghi Irie Lion and Mama Yanzie an award. And I said, wow, that is Binghi Irie's daughter. I'm going to be brief. So it's now 16 years, no, sorry, over 17 years that I am a member of Binghi Irie Lion family. I am a person that don't like to speak too much. I consider myself as an action man, an action Rastafari. You see Binghi Irie Lion? Anywhere I trod with this Rasta man, his cry was always unity is the accepted goal. That's the speech of his Majesty. He had many excerpts from his Majesty, wise mind that he uttered. And his dream was to see Rastafari first and foremost in Jamaica to become one voice. And I tried with the brethren on many platforms on international level. His family was with the Rastafari family in Panama on the first and only summit of Hispanic America, Rastafari, where Rastafari from the Anglophone met and became one global body. That was the last link between the Rastafari movement that needed to be sealed. The Hispanic and the Anglophone. It was a glorious occasion, and I'm happy and joyful that I was the president of the Rastafari Alliance that organized that event with the brethren and sisters here in Panama. That the government of Panama sponsored that event. On the eve of the unveiling of Binghi Irie Lion, government officials are sending me information that the kings and queens and tribal chiefs are going to be here in Panama from the 18th to the 25th of May 2002 to apologize and reconcile between the family that assisted in the transatlantic slave trade that I and I are here chanting African liberation. Joy in the house of Rastafari. Joy in the house of Rastafari. That on this day, where this beautiful piece of artwork is going to be unveiled, and I give thanks to my brethren, Paul Naper, to put his heart and spirit into the image of Binghi Irie Lion. That image was part of many photographs taken of Raleigh 2010 in Black Mountain, North Carolina. Paul, I have to extend my sincere and heartfelt gratitude that creation have extended our work with you, the mystic of Rastafari, to do the work, that masterpiece that will be unveiled after Binghi Irie Lion. Grandson and son, give tribute to their father and grandfather. You say, I have to say this to ones in Jamaica. And ones know that I'm a critical person when it comes to Pan-Africanism and the unification of Rastafari. Rasta in Jamaica stopped the feudal war. That is what killed Binghi Irie Lions. Stop the feudal war. It is time to fulfill His Majesty mandate. Unity is the accepted goal. Unity is the accepted goal, and Binghi Irie Lions, my brethren, my father-in-law, the grandfather of my two youngest Menen. You see, if you want to honor Binghi Irie and his family that supported this Rastaman in his in and outs, in his attempt to unify Rastafari, the only way you could honor him is to fulfill His Majesty's dream, because that was a dream of His Majesty, to say Africa unite, to say Africa as one. Because we must remember that when Emperor Haile Selassie took the throne, the whole of Africa was colonized. His Imperial Majesty is all Binghi Irie saw, you know. And so once Rastafari is moving, everything gonna be all right. This is not the exact word of Binghi Irie. But so once Rastafari movement is moving, everything gonna be all right. And I saw some things in Jamaica that we uttered word, we used the word of His Majesty, and we don't walk the walk of His Majesty's word. Rastafari have a creed, and I'm only going to mention one item of the creed. Nourish the sick. You just don't nourish the sick because of physical. A sick person could be both physical and psychologically ill. You must nourish both, not one, the physical. And I saw that they did not nourish, not everyone. The family was good, but within the Rastafari family in Jamaica, I saw ones try to attack Binghi Irie Lion while he was a sick man at Binghi. We're honoring him. These things have to be told. Stop the feudal war in Jamaica, Rastafari, and fulfill His Majesty's word. And again, I know if my beloved brethren, father-in-law, grandfather of my two younger children, if he was here, I know I will be preparing his coming to Panama to see the African kings and queens and tribal chiefs coming to Panama to reconcile. So I give thanks for the space, and I give thanks that the mystic of creation brought me, myself, to meet this brethren. And it's mystic that I met him in Washington, D.C., the heart of Babylon, and trodden into Jamaica for the global reasoning. I met his daughter. And now I'm a member of Binghi Irie Lion's family. So enjoy the unveiling of this beautiful statue, monument, because once it unveiled, everyone that leave Binghi Irie deeds, children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, for generation to come, will have to say, good morning, Binghi Irie, good afternoon, Binghi Irie, good night, Binghi Irie. And a brethren of mine, my elder brethren from Panama, saw the image of the statue. And my brethren said, wow, now there's a reason to have a pilgrimage to Jamaica. I give thanks for all the works that are here and all the ones that are honoring him. But if you go honor Binghi Irie Lions, come together as one. The Rastafari unifier left that legacy for us. Binghi Irie Lion, I call him that, but his title is Ras Binghi Irie Lion. May this day be historical in the annals of Rastafari, and may his children and grandchildren and great-great-great-great-grand remember this day. And Mama Yanzie, stay strong, Mama. I am here for you and the family. Rastafari.
Give thanks, Racino. I laud all of us who've been here since 9 o'clock, staying the course. And I perhaps should say that here is what you've been waiting to see. I now invite Malawi to come and give us a little background into the artist I started to mention before Asila spoke, Paul Napier. I was also a little bit bragging a little bit that he happens to be a graduate of an institution that I hold very dearly, the Edna College of the Visual and Performing Arts, where I work in my normal life. Malawi, are you ready? Are you going on stage, or am I to highlight you? I'm not seeing where you are. And while, oh great, while he prepares to go, oh, there you are. We invite those who are on location to just step into position so that we can move smoothly into that aspect. Malawi, floor is yours.
Greetings and blessings to everyone in attendance, giving our appreciation and respect to the continuing work effort as an individual and family man. My grandfather, Binghi Irie Lion, which present the sculpture as a visual representation in preserving his image and vibration of always using Naya Binghi and the drums as a mean of unification wherever he journeyed within the community, both local and international. This masterpiece was created by reputable local sculptor Paul Napier, who is credited with other commendable representations of renowned individuals such as Marcus Garvey, Bonnie Wheeler, and Usain Bolt. I don't know, I asked my uncle Ifitana and my cousin Shamari to unveil the sculpture, which is on the grounds of our home in Bogwalk, St. Catherine, Jamaica. Give thanks.
While we're doing that, just want to quickly share, I thought you were going to do it, Malawi, that the artist, the sculptor, Paul Napier, is former teacher at Tivoli Gardens Comprehensive High School, graduate of the Edna College of the Visual and Performing Arts. He has done quite a significant amount of sculptures, including perhaps what is most recent for Usain Bolt. I'm seeing that coming in, and you did mention same. Go ahead. Is Paul in the room, Malawi?
Yes, I saw him earlier.
Okay, all right. Well, we can queue him up in a few. Shamari, when you're ready, sir. We may have to ask that the camera, Shamari, go a little closer. And give us a pan view. And I invite ones and ones to open your mics at this point as he pans and give a rousing round of applause for this islandful work in honor of Binghi Irie Lion.
Yeah. Come on.
Generation upon generation.
All right, let's steady cam, please, steady cam.
Give thanks.
right, give thanks. Are we all seeing? I see Mr. Maynard Reed. I see that I saw you sharing. I remembered your tribute, your beautiful tribute last year. Big up yourself, Paul. Thanks for coming on screen. Meet the artists, brothers and sisters, Mr. Paul Napier. Paul, you wanna unmute your mic and share in 2 minutes a little bit more about your process and inspiration?
Enough respect, Paul.
That's Brother Jake Omer telling you enough respect. Somehow we're not hearing. We can sort out, Paul. As soon as you're sorted out, just give us an indication in the chat and we will be able to bring you back up. I've completely lost track of the program. That is an indication of my excitement to see good artwork. So bear with me, please. Aina, we would like for you to, are you in the Zoom or are you on location?
She's on location.
Okay. Paul, you want to give us a sound? I'm not sure if you're hearing. No, I'm seeing the lips move, but I'm not hearing. I'm gonna suggest you log out, log back in and ensure that your sound is on. So lest we forget who the Rastaman we are all gathered to honor, Binghi Irie Lion. You know, this sculpture, this monument serves as a memorial, you know, how he lived his life, and is also a testament of love from his family. So may this structure serve to remind us of his goodness, his good deeds, his love, his compassion. May it also attract people from all over the world so that we can earn to support the foundation that Princess Aina will now share. I know because of the sunlight, you might see it very clearly. Jamila, I know you may have it also electronically, so we could share screen in a few to show so what you can see clearly. I have it here as well. Can share. Give thanks, Malawi, Ifitana, and Shamari for introducing us to this beautiful structure, this monument in honor of Rastafari Lion. Aina, are you ready to share with us about the foundation? We shifted the camera a little bit, just making it known that we should shift back so that we're able to see better. And she shares now with us a little bit about the Binghi Irie Lion and Mama Yanzie Foundation.
Thanks.
Yeah.
You hearing me now?
Yes, clear.
Very clear.
Yes.
Okay, so it's that you're hearing me outside of the mic. Can I hear me through the mic, right?
Yeah, we're hearing you through the device, which is the best sound. Give thanks.
All right. So once again, greetings, everyone. As we all know, Binghi Irie Lion is the kind of person who has always upheld and emphasized Rastafari liberty and the unification of Rastafari people and the community at large. With that in mind, we, the family of Binghi Irie Lion, have come together to initiate Binghi Irie Lion and Mama Yanzie Foundation. Now, the Binghi Irie Lion and Mama Yanzie Foundation is a non-profit organization that is being established under the theme, The Journey Continues. It is aimed at advancing the lives of marginalized families through Rastafari-centric and cultural expression. The core values includes integrity, accountability, creativity, respect, service to others, balance, valuing education, as well as inspiring others. Launching a foundation of such magnitude at this time is of great importance, since equal opportunity will be created by engaging in practical solutions for development of our community, using examples of the Rastafari creed, let the hungry be fed, the naked clothed, the sick nourished, the aged protected, and the infants cared for. As Rastafari people, and by extension Africans, we are well aware of the marginalization and the victimization that are brought upon us by society from time to time. Therefore, this foundation will assist in alleviating some of these issues. This foundation is also a formalized channel for us to collaboratively partner with key entities within the community to safeguard our intellectual property rights and preserve the legacy of the Rastafari way of life. Give thanks. Blessed Lord.
And give thanks to you and give thanks to the entire family for sharing with us and for honoring your father's memory in this beautiful way. Paul, you want to sound us up as we lead into open tributes? Paul, well, I actually let you in, so I know that you are somewhere here. I wanted to, while I look for Paul, to share a kind of a close-up just because of the sunlight. Can we all see it? And I see Akila has also put it up on her screen. So feel free to visit in your own time. Paul, give me a sound, let me hear if you're hearing. No, we're not. I suggest you remove your headset completely and see what happens. At this time, I do know we have some open tribute. Jamila, you're not keeping me on my toes. We have open tributes. But I've somehow lost my program. And but I'm gonna ask Brother Greg, I give you 1 minute to just wrap your final, to give your final sentence. I know you fell off, and then we're going to Dr. Hugh Maynard Reed retired director of chaplaincy. I did see him on screen earlier on. Followed by Katie and Cole, granddaughter. I would appreciate if ones just come in as I'm announcing the name so that you don't have to hear my voice again. Followed by Aisha Hope, Rastafari Youth Representative, Sister Firelove, representative from Rastafari Hispanic community. And we are looking out on our social media for any tributes that we get. I do notice also that I have gotten one from the family from Sister Desta Megu, and we will read that at the end of all the open tributes. Give thanks.
Greetings.
So, I feel?
Yes, I just want to inform the IEDs that Bobo Greg is having technical issues, so he won't be able to join forward with I&I. But hopefully, from what he had presented, and I got the gist of what he was trying to express in tributing. Instead, I would like for you to add a citation with a presentation, a gift to Binghi Irie from Rasayentan and company. Put it between maybe the 2 minutes with Baba Greg. Sorry.
I rely on your direction, sis. So let me know if we go to Hugh now, or we're taking the presentation from location. For those of, oh, I'm so sorry. I know that we've been streaming live to Facebook. Give thanks for those who've joined us on social media, whether it's through the Facebook page, streaming from the Zoom, or on the IG account at Binghi Irie is the name of the account you may follow, and you may also view the monument in its fullness there. Sister Ife, I'm going to rely on you to organize who is on the ground so that they can step in seamlessly while we go to those who are in on the Zoom, and help me welcome again, Dr. Hugh, are you? I just saw you. I'm trying to give you some spotlight.
So I'm here.
I am seeing you now, sir.
Okay.
Welcome. I'm replacing the spotlight.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I consider it a great privilege to participate in this august occasion, especially after the presentation and unveiling of this irreplaceable and memorial statue. I first need to acknowledge all who made this event a reality. I have been involved in many occasions, and I can say that this has been well planned, well executed, and a fitting tribute to Ras Binghi Irie Lion, the Lion of Augustown. Not just the Lion of Augustown, but the universal lion. I also need to say that the work done by Paul Napier is an extraordinary one. The organization has been wonderfully executed, and even the electronic arrangement has been done such that we who are scattered far and wide can participate. And this really just reflects that a man of importance is being honored today, a man who was a reader, a man who enjoyed deep reflections, a man who was concerned about current affairs, a man who really wanted to see unity exist among not only Rastafarians, but among all people. And so today it is with great honor that I pay this tribute to William Lee Montgomery Holmes. The lion does not need to roar to prove its strength. The lion moves with confidence, dignity, and poise. The pride the lion leads, loves, and respects their competent leader, and the word gets around o'er vale and valley, the lion is king. Binghi Irie Lion, or late William Lee Montgomery Holmes, born in a time and in a place of social ferment, out of Matthews Lane in Kingston in the 1940s, many a light was lit. William was one of those who grew up in a community that felt it was left far behind. With open eyes, he looked for ways of making a better life. He chose not to be stifled by the lack of opportunities. If opportunities were not there, he would make them. Like a restless soul, he would explore beyond his birthplace. He would explore beyond his city home. He would not be held back nor held down. For him, there was more beyond. In Latin, we say plus ultra, more beyond. With his empress, a young damsel, they left the city to establish a home in the natural environments of the country. In the hills and in the valleys, they would start a family close to nature and to the Almighty Jah. It was not without struggle. It was not without derision. It was not always easy. But the love of ease was not what this lion choice was. That was not his way of life, ease and luxury and comfort. It was with love and devotion that his queen, Mama Yanzie, they both moved together to accomplish what would become a reality. Because she often worked in the backgrounds, in the good times, in the difficult times, in times when there was plenty, in times when there was less. Yes, she was in the background, but sometimes she stepped forward to guide the ship in a wise and respectful manner. This lion, William Lee Montgomery Holmes, had accomplished what he achieved because of his supportive Empress, Enid Ward, the Honorable Empress Mama Yanzie. Today, we have the unveiling in honor of Ras Binghi Irie Lion, William Lee Montgomery Holmes, and the establishment of a foundation which is very significant. For like the great ancient Solomon, who had as his expression, whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with thy might. So, Ras Binghi Irie Lion emphasized to his children, yes, his 8 children, he emphasized the principles of industry, of thrift, and hard work. And I would be remiss if I failed to name them. Sophia, Sandra, Ifia, Mbat, Aileti, Ayana, Aisha, Iftana, names that will go down in history as receiving a legacy from Ras Binghi Irie Lions. He emphasized education, but he also pointed out that not everyone is academically inclined. So there are going to be those who will be technically inclined, those who will be creative in the use of their hands, those who will be more effective in manual labor. But all labor is honorable. And thus we find in his family, there are those engaged in the medical and nursing field, like Aileti, his daughter, and Shamari, his grandson. There are those involved in the social services and psychological services like IFEA. There are those who are involved in service, IANA. There are those involved in other areas. Yes, Aisha. And all others are engaged. And so today, there is a great desire that unity, which is the accepted goal, will carry on. Today, everyone is invited to contribute to this foundation. I have committed myself to be an annual contributor to the foundation so that the concerns for his family and their growth, that not only their offspring, children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, not only they will grow intellectually, but through this foundation, scholarships may be available so that boys and girls will be able to be tangibly encouraged to pursue academic education, to pursue technical education, to pursue industry, working with their hands, working with the land. Yes, his love for his Rastafarian community and his desire for their greater unity are embolized by two principles. One, education and unity. We hope that this pivotal foundation, which today has been announced, will be a source of helping young people to make success and to grow and glow and be a blessing. Praises, blessings, and peace be upon the Empress Mama Yanzie, upon the children, the grandchildren, the great-grandchildren, and those yet to come. May the spirit of Binghi Irie Lion, William Lee Montgomery, rest in peace as we carry on where he left off. Praises and peace and blessing on Binghi Irie Lion.
Thanks, Dr. Maynard Reid. Thank you so much for your very islaful words. I'm kindly asking all those who have tributes, if you could turn your cameras on, it assists us in the back end to at least identify you and highlight you immediately. So Aisha Hope, Fire Love, Ras Kremlin, I'm asking that we turn our cameras on, please. Aisha, I'm seeing you, so I'm going to throw you in a place that I know you don't like, in the spotlight, but you are a wonderful hard worker in the background. So may I say, background, back up, step forward today. Brethren and sistren, please welcome Aisha Hope.
Okay, greetings in the name of His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie and Empress Menen. Sister Colleen, previous presenters, Sister Yanzie, Mama Yanzie, I feel the family, ones and ones in the global land and on the ground, greetings. So I really want to give a short tribute to Mama Yanzie and Irie Lion. Just to say that I'm really overwhelmed at the fact that the family is able to immortalize Irie Lion through this monument and also share all the great works that he has done for the Rastafari community over the years. And also just to encourage ones and ones that this family epitomizes what a Rasta family is. And we should all try to emulate this example in a time where people are, feeling all different ways about what's going on in the world. Just remember that family is important and the importance of family. And this is what I can distinctly remember Irie Lion for, his treasure of family and treasure of the Rastafari family in general. So I just want to encourage the family, stay strong. This proves that ones and ones can live on and life is continuous. And this will also prove as a hallmark for highlighting and keeping the life and the struggles and the work of Ireland and Mama Yanzie in one's irids and minds for eternity, I guess. Because once you put up a monument, once you create this foundation, persons can benefit from his life in a continuous way. So we just want to continue to encourage the family. And as I said, Ireland has been an inspiration to me personally. Even when we were trying to do the Rastafari Youth Initiative Council, he was always at our meetings, supporting, giving words of encouragement and just telling us to push on as youths. So he, as everyone has said, he has been a motivator, and I can definitely attest to that as well. And just there for the community. As we said, the elders are the vanguards of the Rastafari movement, and we must cherish what they have done for others to learn from that experience. Give thanks once again for the opportunity. I've known the family from I was a baby. As everyone said, at Nyabinghi, we are at Nyabinghi, Ireland is there as well. So just from even the same age as I feel, 3 years old, even younger, at Nyabinghi, we grow up as family within the Nyabinghi. So the bond is even there greater than just say we, acquaintance, but we are family from as early as babies, because wherever in Binghi, this is my Rasta family. I can truly say that because, in my journey in life, I see this family as my family as well, because I always see them at Nyabinghi. All the events that have been mentioned, we are at all those events, all those Nyabinghis from the 80s coming straight up, late 70s, 80s coming straight up. So we give thanks for family, and we encourage all Rasta ones to maintain the family structure. It's very important in the development of our Rasta children right now. Give thanks. Thank you.
Give thanks so much, Aishi. I am trying to cite dialogue, especially if your name is not under your name. I'm asking that we just indicate that we're here. The dialogue, are you here? Ras Kremlin is on location or in the Zoom. And of course, we have Binghi Irie. Sister Desta, the family has sent me your tribute. I'm gonna ask that you share your voice with me, please, Mother, and start your tribute, and I'll finish it for you. You know why. Sister Desta?
Yes, beloved, give thanks. I'm just getting off of one call here. Honor to the family, 10 years stiling. I'm a Saganalu for this moment and honor, and all blessings to Mama Yanzie, children, grandchildren, and of course, my beloved namesake, Sister Ifia Desta. I will turn it over to you, Sister Colleen.
Give thanks, Mama D. From the first time I met, so I'm reading Sister Desta's tribute. From the first time I met in 1988 in New York, till the last time I saw him in Ethiopia, several short years ago, this Nyabinghi warrior has never ceased his commitment to repatriation and creating a cohesive connection with the motherland, Ethiopia. Binghi Irie, with Empress Yanzie by his side, raised children and touched lives of many others in this regard. And his imprint in Ethiopia specifically was indelible. Ethiopians who are not Rastafari recall his visit to Entoto mountain, where Nyabinghi chanting seemed to move the mountain and provide a space and sound that all could relate to. This was Binghi Irie. He strove in his public role as a representative of the Nyabinghi order on many delegations to agitate for unity within Rastafari and Black people in general. And I will cherish the memories, experiences, and lessons learned during the several works and trods on which I served on, and relish the trust which he placed in I, amongst other ancients, which propelled my current work in Ethiopia, Africa, towards the recognition, reintegration, and repatriation of I loved Black people in the 6th region. Indeed, I stand on the shoulders of our ancestors. On behalf of the Mama Desta clan, please accept highest regard and prayers for success to Binghi Irie clan and matriarch Mama Yanzie in these laudable efforts to memorialize the Ancient of Days, whose travels over land and sea was unapologetically to carry the message of Rastafari, I Supreme Black Jah and Kings of Kings, Lord of Lords, His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie. Give thanks, Mama Desta. I'm asking now if you can. Sister Aisha, next for tribute. Oh, this is Sister Aisha Elliott. Sister Aisha. I'm not going to pretend that I don't want to go and start my Sunday dinner, in as much as this is such a beautiful and wonderful family space. So I'm asking that we honor each other by being mindful of the time. So as your name is called, please prepare to just turn your camera on and give your tribute. Give thanks. Sister Aisha here, or are we going on location? Oh, she's actually on location. Sister Aisha, step up to the microphone. I suggest you step up to the device on location. You're muted. You reach far, man.
Unmute. All right.
I'm here. No.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, give thanks. Go ahead.
Okay, greetings. In the name of His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie and Empress Menen. I first must say that the love that I have for Irie Lions, I'd like to put it with His Majesty. I'm a father, and hope or not, but that's just to show you how much I love this brethren. When I came in the Binghi house, he was one of the first brethren that really received me well, because you don't know, sometimes you go some places and you're strange and one's not really, he was one of those. But our greatest times together was in the Rastafari Global Reason in 2003. When he saw me at halfway through and he said, Sister Aisha, it's a daughter like you want for coming at the Global Reason because he's a worker. And I said, what is it? And he explained, invited me to the meeting. I went to UAE. While around the table, I said, everybody with cell phone. I didn't have one because they were taking numbers as how to call people. So this brethren loaned me his cell phone and said, you have to have a cell phone because we have to keep in touch with you. We never left each other from then. And Sister Yanzie and me with it there, we just work together. Because I'm going to show you all Sister Yanzie come in the picture now. It's every time I go Binghi, she calling me to ask me if I see Irie Lions and if I'm eating. Yeah, me tell her yes, me I go check him out and make sure I'm eat. She was so concerned about it. But back to the Rastafari Global Reason. We did all the trods together. It was like what, 2 weeks of it, I think? People from abroad. It was just something great. And I yearn for that again. I yearn for it. But he meet me again sometime after and said, Sister Aisha, we're starting what you call the Rastafari Millennium Council. And you have to be a part of it. The meetings were kept at Bonnie Wheeler's school up by Mona Road, you call her? I think so, yes. And I went to the meetings and I started to do some PR plus secretarial. But then another sister came in and she did that part. I just stuck to the PR. So we did a lot of things together and went as far as North Carolina with Bonnie Wheeler Maxine's and others. And we really represented, not just as a Millennium Council, but as the Rastafari community in Jamaica. It was a beautiful event, unforgettable. So, you know, it was always with Irie Lions doing things, you know, and I just admire his strength. And I see him like me, bonfire, not afraid for bonfire. Yeah. And you know, there are times too when me and him would sit down and talk certain things, you know. And we say, Sister Aisha, go on, go talk. We say, no, man, you talk on me. And we say, yeah. So as I work together, we come for bonfire, you know? Yeah. And even if any of his children are grandchildren, and I doubt it, spiritually not holding this, but I know them holding it. This man made sure it's like him put them in them, put spirit in them, that nothing with them do, them can't do it without remembering them grandfather, father, our great grandfather, because he was that strong and great. And I'm so hurt when I heard that they cut his beard. I cried. I know many cried. I know him going down the way he did wasn't the way it should have happened. But it happened already, and we just have to live his memory. And we have to just always keep up this memory for him. I'm so impressed about the foundation, the monument, and his children and grandchildren who putting this together every time. So, you know, I'm just happy I was a part of his energy and his company and his history. And long live Irie Lions. I know him not resting because I dream him one time and him still upon the fire. I'm a dead with him, you know. Rastafari blessings.
Thanks, Aisha. Thanks. I'm asking Brother Ironton on location as I switch this spotlight to get in on location for very quick handover of a gift to the family as we move to seal up this full event that we've been sharing all morning. Sister Ifea, I don't know if you're all standing there, but you've moved out of the camera shot. So if you're there, we're not seeing you. I'm seeing the monument. There we go.
Greetings in the name of the Most High, Jah Rastafari, Haile Selassie I, Emperor and Empress of Ethiopia. One love. And I must give thanks for all participants in this wonderful moment, you know. Showing our respect, you know, to the great icon of this movement, Binghi Irie Lion, who I have known for the past 50 years. It was in 1970, I think it was, when we met at 7 Miles, will be Arambe. And there I was on the apps as a young man, you know, and he came up to me and said, "Youth, I never hear a Peter play like this before." And from then, there we had established a solid communication between the Binghi Order in mastering the apps and know the full tenets and tradition of the Binghi drums. We know what it meant when we sit around the apps. We were, no nonsense Binghi angels. We were very serious and intense in delivering, you know, with all our might and our heart and our inspiration, you know. And so today it's quite befitting for I to be here this moment, who in this space at his home had attended 2 Binghi that he had received, you know, and it was from there, the rest is history. Yes, I'm very elated and pleased to be a part and associated with, you know, because we are all ambassadors together, you know, and we have learned the true tenets of representing the movements, national and international. We have shared a lot in retrospect, you know, of our movements and, you know, be a part of, you know, the exodus of the movements. Yes, I'm very pleased here now on behalf of the Spanish Town St. Catherine Binghi to present the citation award for the works and contribution which he had give and service. So I say one love, one aim, one destiny, Rastafari love. Yes, and I will also love to call Empress Ife at this moment just to read this citation award. You know, Ife, I know. Yes.
Right, so on behalf of Binghi Irie Lion and family, I received this citation with honor. And I'm sure that Binghi Irie will be very appreciative of it. Give thanks.
Give thanks. We will put the words of the citation up on social media and perhaps in the chat very, very soon so that others can share in this moment. We have come to that time. And as your moderator, they called me when I was kind of taken aback because I really thought I was helping with tech. But I give thanks for the opportunity to share in this special occasion, Sister Ife. And I wanted to borrow from a brethren, Rasjalani's tribute in 2020, last year actually. We shared that Binghi Irie Lion was very invested in the larger purpose of Rastafari community and the centrality of uplifting the legacy and knowledge around His Majesty, which was somewhat echoed by Dr. Ras Wayne Rose when he spoke earlier on about the importance of preserving the Rastafari ethos, and what a better way to honor Rastaman who served this community, you know, by all of us here collectively serving. Jelani also mentioned in his tribute that his memory is appropriately uplifted. And through this commemorative event I'm now referring to, as we unveil the sculpture in his honor and launch the Binghi Irie Lion and Mama Yanzie Foundation, I think that those words echoed last year by Rasjalani now become prophetic almost. Dr. Hugh Maynard in his tribute in 2020 pointed out about his memories living with us. Now we have one that is standing, and we will continue the tradition that he started of always standing up, as Jake Homiak said, Binghi to the bone. You know, I think of David Runner, Tridi to the bone, as we honor this great motivator that Sister Maxine Stowe and Brother Ivy called him. So thanks to his family, his children, grandchildren, Mama Yanzie, the extended family who were committed to champion the preservation of the Rastafari family legacy. To do a formal vote of thanks, I'm pleased to invite Rashida Johnson to give this vote of thanks. And after she seals, we go straight into some Binghi chant. And so you will not hear from me. I will enjoy the chant. I woke up to that this morning. I was listening to the Elders album, and it tends to shift your day very well. So I'm happy at this point when we're about to go and do domestic things that we will close with that. I give thanks for those who joined late. My name is Colleen Douglas. It is an honor to serve this community that is, I think, Jamaica's pride and joy, the world's gift, our gift to the world. So thank you, give thanks, and I now welcome Sister Rashida Johnson, who I'm going to spotlight. Rashida, where you gone? As we wait on her, I'm reminding you to follow the family on social media. Of course, Jamila, I forget where you said the social media handle is. It is Binghi Irie Lion on Binghi Irie Lion on IG, yes, and on Facebook. And for today's, any comments about today's sessions, just use the hashtag Binghi Irie Legacy, and the journey continues when posting anything. We give thanks for this moment. I'm going to use this opportunity. I beg of you, Sister Ife, if you would allow me one PR moment to share that the Universal Development of Rastafari, IDOR, in collaboration with the Judge and NI initiative in St. Lucia, the School of Sacrament, Rastafari University, the Coalition of Rastafari in Jamaica, and the St. Croix Nyabingi group will be having an event tomorrow, 4 p.m. Jamaica time. We start at 4. We close with the Binghi Iries up in Pit 4, so we will be on until 12, but we have quite a number of presentations starting at 4 o'clock. So for the 41 of you outside of me in this session, I ask that you join us tomorrow, 4 o'clock on Zoom. I'll drop that in the chat, and of course share with Sister Ife directly so that she can share it with you. I know, having done that bit of PR, thank you. Yes, sir. Over to you.
Greetings in the name of His Imperial Majesty. Emperor Haile Selassie first, her total right. Well, I'm here on an occasion, you know. It was sad at first, and it still remains sad. Because despite of the monument that is here, which I respect it, but the greatest monument to me, is to know when the monument remain the words and the teaching, you know. And Brother Irie Lion was one of those brethren who never give up. And his concept, His Imperial Majesties, is concerned. I am to really sit and reason with Irie Lion when Irie Lion was a part of the Rastafari centralization organization. I usually see him before, but I've never sit so close, you know, to really learn of this man value, his tremendous value, his contribution to his faith and his liberty. And he was always there, trying to put the family together, you know, the Rastafari community. And in all times, that's how we come together, being very close to each other. He was also a part of the Pinnacle Resurrection. Pinnacle is one of the most valuable Nyabingi center in the Caribbean. And why I say that is because of the founding father, and that's where it was all started. You know what I mean? So even before the rising of Pinnacle, Irie Lions and I always speak about that because where I live in Greendale, you know, it's about 3 to 4 miles up the side of the road. And Brother Irie Lions always tell me about this place before I even go there. He was also an ambassador for the Rastafari Millennium Council. One of his dreams was that the council will become a reality, wherein those was the last work you have sitting, struggle with, trying to make that reality. But you know, things happen in a different way sometimes. But the words of Irie Lion still live and will live continually. You know, I will respect this brethren, family, grandchildren, his great-grandchildren, and even greater and greater and greater. Why? You know, Sister Yanzie, always with him, giving him the strength and the comfort that the high can deserve. And I can still see his life, just looking at his children and his grandchildren. Then to me, Irie is still here. Because the life never died, even though the flesh fades. You know? So, as all the time is scheduled, that will just be my few words. And I will also say, Irie lives on continually the works that he have left to the community of Rastafari. Jah Rastafari is Imperial Majesty, Empress Menen, Earth only rightful ruler. Give thanks. Blessed.
Greetings. Give thanks to everyone who continued to support the Holmes family throughout the years. In highlighting and recognizing the contributions, I want to say a big thank you to Colleen, our moderator, who worked assiduously with the family. Special thanks to Ras Wayne Rose, who did not hesitate to give his insight on Binghi Irie Lion and the family, his inspiration thoughts. Also, I want to say a big thank you to Ras II, who led us in prayer this morning. Ayentan, who led us in prayer this morning. Ras Sila, who contributed to the unveiling of the sculpture. Napier and his team for their stupendous artwork. Also, I'd like to give a shout out to the community members who have worked in making the environment a wonderful and clean area. Dr. Hugh Maynard Reed for his continuous support to the family. Utmost respect to the Rastafari family locally and internationally. I also want to say a special thanks to everyone who participated today in our event to make it a success. Give thanks.
Yes, I love it. Give thanks. Excuse our seemingly a little bit of inconsistency, but we want to continue recognition because there's quite a few ones, but there are a few persons that is symbolically involved into the process that I and I want to give recognition to. We know that the program has been seemingly a bit extended than I and I had initially planned. So we recognize that, and we want to thank everyone who take the time to sit in with I and I. Continue on some of the names that you.
I want to give recognition to Maxine Stowe, Mr. Pratt, the decorative team who came out with the theme for the event today. Bubble Greg as well, Dr. Jake Homiak, the entertainers and the technical team who ensured the streaming was successful. Give thanks.
And of course, to everyone who stayed on the Zoom and who participated. Yes, Russ Iva, I know it's Tron meeting time. I've put the link for the Zoom meeting for Coronation ISIS tomorrow in the chat. And for those who do not get IDOR or SOSACU emails, you may leave your email addresses and we'll also send it to you. Give thanks. So I feel we're closing out with some Binghi.
Let's give thanks. I want to pick up the family too, the endless work that we have put in, Jamila and the crew in North Carolina, Jupe and the crew, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, is not my great-grandchildren, okay? And the family, the Naya Binghi family who are present here with us today, my brother, Ifitana, Ras Ayashaw, Ras Ayentan, Litlavar, Ras Kevin, Dave, and JV, and everybody. Give thanks. Yes, we're going to close out with some Naya Binghi chanting. Community member, give thanks.
Thank you.
Yes, I and I did. Yes, I and I Yes, I and I again, and Greetings. Can you all hear me?
Where are you?
Yes, greetings, greetings, greetings. So my niece seemed like she got a little bit stage fright, and it would be remiss of me not to mention every single one who participated in this activity today, assisting I to make it their fullness, right? So I'm gonna go over the thank you list. Take my time and go through it stage by stage, because artically, I's family appreciate every contribution. As is. So in recognition and highlighting the contributions, special thanks to our moderator, Mr. Colin Douglas, who has been working assiduously with the family. Ras Wayne Rose for his inspirational thoughts, who did not hesitate to give his insight about Binghi Irie Lion and family. Rasila for his contribution in the unveiling of the sculpture. Mr. Paul Napier and his team for creating that beautiful artwork, the sculpture. Give thanks. Ras Ivy and family, who has been on many delegations with Binghi Irie and has been without a doubt a contributor in the solidifying of the Rastafari and particularly the Nyabinghi. I want to give thanks to Dr. Hugh Maynard, who have made many sacrifices in being a part of this team and have contributed. Utmost thanks to the Rastafari family, locally and internationally. I want to give enough respect to Sister Maxine Stowe, who has been there, and especially since 2007, who have contributed greatly to the concept and the creation of the Rastafari Millennium Council. I want to give thanks to Baba Greg, who have made his contribution, even though in short, and he wasn't able to complete his presentation due to technical challenges. We want to give thanks for him. We want to give thanks to Sister Carol Simpson, who have made a profound contribution to this presentation and to this initiative. I want to give enough respect and thanksgiving. I always say, Brother Jake Omiak seemed like he have all the information. I've been watching the eye from 1980 right up there at around by Angel Lights. I remember the eye standing afar off from the Nyabinghi family, looking more like in the eastern part of and I remember that journey. So enough respect same way. And I want to give enough respect to Ras Kremlin, who have gave his contribution and his relationship with Binghi Irie. One at the time, the two of them looked like them was inseparably. They were all around the place trying to solidify the concept of the unity. So enough respect to Ras Kremlin. I want to give enough respect to the St. Catherine Rastafari Nyabinghi community, which I'm a part of, honorable. And we're reckoning with the Pinnacle, the Angel Lights, the Buzz Rock, and where else? Yeah, them energy that the Rastafari community in St. Catherine have given to the Rastafari in strengthening I self. I want to give enough respect to Sister Aisha Elliott, who was always there, tick-tack with Binghi Irie. All when him are going in foolish, she's there right there supporting him. So let me get that on the record. Sister Aisha Elliott is she that. We want to give thanks to the entertainers, my dear niece, Asara. We want to give thanks to Ifitana, my brother. I want to give thanks to my son-in-law, Jupe Lion. We want to give thanks to the technical team, because without them, we wouldn't be able to make this reality and real. So enough respect to everyone. If we leave out anyone's name or anyone's contribution, it's not intentional. So we want to just recognize with humbleness to all of the eyes who participated. Give thanks and eyes, Sila.